shuffling and not picking up his feet. And I thought, oh my goodness, it's wonderful to get him outside. But as we're walking up, the sidewalk wasn't really dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And he followed right along, lifted up his feet, and never fell all the way to church. It's one of those tricks. And just for you to know, sometimes we forget that the songs that we remember, like those are the songs when you were really young. And so to assume that it's only the songs that you learn once you've joined community or in the church may or may not be. So it's really important to be aware of what works well for that individual. For some, yes. But others not necessarily. So, and it's just a fun way. I know I was talking to one nurse's aide who was trying to get someone to go into the shower. What she would do is she would just start singing and dancing. We're going to the shower today. She would make up these songs, and it worked really well with that individual. So it seems silly. You need to be a little bit crazy, but I'm not worried about this community. My first introduction was to Sister Mary Kate. And so I knew all about you. How are we doing? Don't you love technology? Anybody got a joke? Okay, it's the Easter season. What do you get when you pour boiling water down a rabbit hole? It's not very nice. Hot cross bunnies. Yes. Excellent. That's the only joke I remember. Something. Anybody else have one? Here. Huh. All right.
This father was speaking to his 6-year-old son about the birds and the bees and everything else that went along with it. And after he finished his marvelous talk to his 6-year-old son, he said, "Now, son, if you have any questions, you just feel free to ask me." So the boy thought for a second, and he said, "Dad, why do they deliver the Saturday Evening Post on Wednesday?"
I love it. Somebody over here have a joke? Back here. Okay. Of course. Oh.
A few summers ago, I was with a little boy who was reluctant not to learn, but reluctant to learn by any kind of dictation, anybody telling him what to do. So one day I said, "You know, Key, why don't you draw a picture of your family? Then I'll get to know you better." And so he scratched his head and fiddled around and stood up and sat down again. And finally he says, "I'm not good at that. Why don't you draw something for me? Show me your family." So I said, "I'm not good either, so I just draw stick people." So I labored and drew my parents and my brother, the dog and the cat and me. And then there was this long pause. And he said, "Miss Mary, I thought you could do better than that."
What happens to a dog that keeps eating bits off the table? It's not going to come through on the internet. Oh, shucks. It won't give me the answer. What does Cinderella wear to the beach? Glass flippers.
What happened to the cat who ate a ball of yarn? She gave birth to a pair of mittens.
I taught fourth grade at St. Luke's Brookfield and helped. Ah, terrific. I love it when people can't hear me, really. Uh, I taught fourth grade, and it was in the 60s, and we had kids who were giving things up for Lent. Little roly-poly Ronald raised his hand and said, "I'm giving up my second dessert."
What is today's greatest labor-saving device? Did I hear tomorrow? That's it.
It was the feast of St. Joseph. So I said to my fourth graders, who can tell me something about St. Joseph? I can't remember his name, he said. He invented aspirin.
That's cute. Yes. You got one?
One day, Mother Skunk was walking through the woods with her little ones following her, and she came up. She saw a dog coming, and she turned around and said, "Let us pray."
Okay, I'll do this one.
Fifth grade teacher, a parent asked me if I like to take 2 gerbils from the university that they were getting rid of all these little critters in their science department. I said, sure. She says, you don't have to worry. They're both either female or they're both male, but they haven't had any babies or anything like that. So I had them in my classroom, and of course we went through the whole thing of what we feed them and do this and do that. We named them. Well, within about a month, there were little baby gerbils in there. And I had a really rambunctious young man named Daryl who was not supposed to put his hand in the cage, but we were coming in from recess, and he had his hand taking the one gerbil up and says, yeah, this is the one that has the balls. I'm like, wow, what a great sex education class.
Oh my.
Once, this is a second grade joke. So once when I forgot something for a project, you know how it is, you pile everything on your desk to get ready. I said, oh, shucks. And the room got deadly quiet. Deadly quiet. And finally, one little boy whispers to another little boy, it's okay. She used the other SH word.
When I was teaching first grade many, many years ago, I had a little girl named Tammy Vanden Melenberg. And she had scalding red hair. And one day, students were writing on their paper, and the tears were rolling down Tammy's face. And I went over, I said, Tammy, what's the matter? And she couldn't even talk. She was so upset. And I looked at her paper. She had written Tammy Vanden Melenberg, and she couldn't fit it all on the paper, so she was crying. So she was Tammy Van till third grade when she could write smaller.
Well, thank you for entertaining us this morning. It seems that we're up and all is working. So, and who fixed it? I want to know.
Oh my God, too many people.
Too many people.
We have people from all over.
All right.
I'll be right there.
Okay.
I lost the paper for your introduction. What did I do? There it is. Okay, welcome to everyone. I'm hoping that live streamers are gradually finding the live stream. We had some technical difficulties. Anyway, we've had IT folks from around the world helping us. So, so welcome to all of you. Welcome to those who are live streaming. The good news is that if people don't get on right away, the message just went out. If people don't get on right away, it's going to be recorded, so they'll be able to go back and watch it eventually. But anyway, my name is Sister Barb Linke. I'm here to represent, on behalf of the ongoing PDIC committee, and we're here to welcome you today to this session on growing together in understanding dementia. We have with us Dana Larson Hurst, who has had experience for 25 years in Catholic healthcare. She brings a deep passion, and I think those of you who are on live stream, you weren't here for the past 20 or 25 minutes. She had us telling stories and singing and enjoying ourselves while we waited. So it was wonderful. Thank you, Dana. But anyway, Dana is here. She has a deep passion for helping congregations design and carry out strategic change initiatives that foster the creation of life-giving communities. Often, she's a national speaker. She addresses topics including dementia, aging, well-being, and navigating life transitions with meaningful support. She currently serves as the Education and Outreach Manager for the National Religious Retirement Office, NRRO, with whom we are very familiar. She's a registered nurse by training. She holds a BA in business and a master's degree in organizational development and carries certifications as a Montessori dementia care professional and a life legacy facilitator. So we are very happy to have Dana with us. This morning's session will go from 9:25 until noon. We will be taking about a 20-minute break in between. Lunch will be at noon. Then there will be at 1 o'clock from 1 until 2 a time for questions or for further input if Dana finds something else that she needs to address. So with that, I would welcome Dana Larson Hurst.
All right. Well, thank you. But first, we are, whoops, is this working? There we go. There. Okay. So now we need to take a deep breath and slow it down. I got you awake this morning, but now.
Thank you. I don't know if I want to put aside that fun. That was great, but I am here to really lead us in prayer. And so just to bring yourself to that sense of God's presence with us, God's love with us, God offering us whatever we need to hear today. So with openness of our mind, our heart and our soul, we welcome God in. I'm going to pray the the first time by myself, and then we'll repeat them a little later, okay? Loving Creator, in moments when the mind feels clouded and memories seem far away, wrap us in your gentle peace. Bring comfort to the heart when names, faces, or moments slip away. And let love remain as the thread that never breaks. Grant patience to those who care, understanding to those who listen, and courage to the one walking this uncertain path. May each day hold small joys, and may your presence be the anchor when the mind feels adrift. We trust that even when memories fade, your love remains clear and unchanging. Amen. And so now we'll just take a few minutes of quiet for you to think about yourself, your friends, your family, in terms of how has dementia affected you. And so now, holding that, I invite you to pray the same prayer with me. Those of you who are online, you have to mute yourself or it will sound very garbled. All right. Loving Creator, in moments when the mind feels clouded and memories seem far away, wrap us in your gentle peace. Bring comfort to the heart when names, faces, or moments slip away, and let love remain as the thread that never breaks. Grant patience to those who care, understanding to those who listen, and courage to the one walking this uncertain path. May each day hold small joys, and may your presence be the anchor when the mind feels adrift. We trust that even when memories fade, your love remains clear and unchanging. Amen. Thank you.
I'm sure that many of you have had some training, some experience learning about dementia. And I want to start actually with thanking you as your community doing the nun study. Some of you are participating with the Rush Center. Yes? Yes, wonderful. What a ministry that was and is. It is just a tremendous gift. So I have to say I was a little nervous because I thought, oh my gosh, I'm coming to speak to the women who've done the nun study. I actually I was out in Manteca at one point, and I went to visit you out there and your, so I do know you from Minnesota at one point. At least I had a wonderful tour the day. I know you no longer have that building, but and so, yes, what you did and what you are doing is just vitally, vitally important. I think we're starting to now. There's a much greater understanding of how important this work is, how important the research is. Let's hope that it all continues. But so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from all of us, not just sisters and men religious, but the world. The world. That's a huge global impact. So thank you. In the prayer that we just had, it was about one of the phrases was about the small joys, recognizing the small joys. And often when we think of dementia, we think of the gloom and doom and not recognizing the small joys. And so it's important. And so thank you for playing with each other, with me and with each other today, and finding those small joys. Because this conversation might be a heavy conversation, although hopefully you'll also see the joy. I want to start with how with Matthew 25. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. One of the things and well, maybe I should start with this. If at some point in time today I say something that maybe isn't the best idea, but you've done it, please don't feel guilty. I have learned because I have made every darn mistake probably multiple times. We learn, we don't know. And so when we don't know better, we make mistakes. It's when we can learn. So, and some ways that we behaved in the past, some things that we taught in the past, were not right. And so we've learned, right? Healthcare. How many of you were in healthcare? Yeah, yeah. Do you remember when we used to tie people, restrain people? Yeah, yeah. Do you remember when we used to say we'd tie them to a chair to keep them safe? And then you'd see them walking down the hall. Right? We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were. So there are some things. And the one that I want to start with is when I hear someone say, she's not with us anymore. She's not who she used to be. That really hurts my heart because yes, she is. You are not the same person you were when you were 5, right? You were not the same person you were when you were 30. And so this is a person who has dementia, who is dealing with some neurocognitive changes. Her brain is changing. And so I know why people say that. I know that it feels like you're not able to connect on the level that you were before. And that's true. That's true. But to not see that person as this whole being who is going through a life transition, I think is really important because they can feel like a stranger. You know, a stranger is one, Merriam-Webster says, one in the house of another as a guest, a visitor, or an intruder. A person or thing that is unknown with whom one is unacquainted, and one who does not belong to or is kept from the activities of a group. And so we don't want ever to feel that way ourselves, I would say, nor do we want someone to feel that way, and they can. A question for you. What can cause a reduced quality of life mental health issues, and social isolation resulting in a failure to thrive. What do you think? Disconnection, health issues, social isolation, yes. Poverty, that they're not acknowledged, yes. Abuse, loss of a loved one, yes. And here's one for you, and this is one of the biggest challenges we have in supporting persons with dementia and being willing to study: stigma, right? Once you know someone has dementia, do you begin to see them differently? Is she not who she used to be? Does she become a bit of a stranger? The study, so why is it taking us so long to do some of the research? Now, you have done it differently. Your congregation has done it differently, but people don't get tested. Why? They're afraid. And if that happens to me, they don't want others to know, right? Because then they will feel more like a stranger. Yeah. I think this is one of the biggest things to be able to for us to work on, is how do we reduce the sense of stigma? How do we learn, and that's why you're here today, is how do we begin to support each other in ways and do it effectively so that we can be more supportive and really show, and the work that you're doing by having your brains, by doing the research and the Rush Center, that is really important. It doesn't mean everybody has to do it, but you as a community to support that, I think that is so important. So what do you do? How do you address stigma? And so today we're going to learn more facts. Now, for some of you, you've already heard it. But I think even if you've already heard it, it can be affirming. It can be helpful to hear it again. Anybody need to hear something more than once? Yeah, right? We don't want to make assumptions about that person. One of the communities that I was in, they had a sister who had dementia. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and there were some issues, some behavioral issues, and so they wanted me to go meet with her and talk with her, and I did, and we were dealing with the issues or talking about the issues and how to best support. And then about an hour later, I went to Mass. And as I was sitting in Mass, this sister walked up and she was doing the reading. And at first I realized, I sort of caught my breath and thought, oh, really? She did a fabulous job. They had set it up for her. She was able to do it. She didn't have to be, flipping the page. They had it written down for her. It was large for her to read it. It was right there for her. And she did an absolutely beautiful job. So the assumption that she could not do it, people can actually read for a very long time. They don't necessarily understand it, nor will remember right away. Not everybody, but often. But she was able to do that. So don't make assumptions that this person can't, because people often can for a very long time. With Alzheimer's disease, people are living 10 more years, long time. So to shut somebody off and not assume that they can't do or be connected, we don't want to be doing that to that individual. We want to use person first language. We don't want to be talking about her. We don't want to be talking about they and them. We really want to be focusing on that individual. A person-centered approach. She could read. Now, there was another sister that couldn't do that, but because they knew her, they understood what she was able to do, they assumed she could do more, and they determined what it is that she was able to do. That was so important. So not everybody can do the same. Not everybody here can do the same. Some of you need to work on your jokes. Some of you need a few more. So not everybody is the same. So we want to say, what can this person do? How do we support her? And we want to hear from people who are experiencing stigma. I work with a community, and there are two sisters who you might have read about, and they're freely talking about dementia and how it's impacted their lives and how they work together and what they do. And when Sister Maureen has talked about the stigma for her, so she's been written up, they've presented. Really important to hear that because we don't realize that we're doing that. I've seen it so often sitting at table, right, where the conversation is often happening between several people who aren't living with dementia, and then that person is sitting there and they feel more isolated. They're not encouraged to engage, and we want to be a friend. It is so crucial to be a friend. You really feel like a stranger when you don't have anyone who is there for you and really connecting and truly showing that they love you. And it's hard to do that, isn't it? It's hard. It's hard to do that, but so important. Anybody know what this word means? Anosognosia. I put this in this morning, actually. So those of you who have my papers don't have that word, the translators. But this is something that comes the question all the time. She won't admit she has dementia. She says she doesn't. She doesn't believe it. I keep trying to tell her that that's what is going on. It doesn't happen for everyone. And sometimes people are in denial, but it can happen probably more than you realize. And it's the inability to understand. They do not believe it. They do not believe. They have not experienced that. So they don't understand it. So you're thinking, why doesn't she? And I'm telling you, because of the impact often to the frontal cortex and the parietal lobe in the brain, she can't. She cannot do it. So it's not about she should be able to, why doesn't she? But she can't. So those of you that are, well, if only she would go do, because we see this going on. And she's saying, I am not. I didn't do that. I did not forget my keys. She may very well not be able to do that. And that's probably one of the biggest calls that I get, because if she would know, then she would go and she would take care of this, right? Or she would do something better. Now, some of you probably should be doing things better, and that has nothing to do with them. I tell that to my husband all the time. Telling people doesn't work anyway. And I don't think he's I don't think he has anosognosia. So what's important is that we want to be creating a welcoming community, to be really intentional on how important this is. So important that you learn about dementia. So we want to learn. You're here today. Some of the things you already know, but sometimes maybe we need reminders, and some of them may be new. We want to have relationships. And I'll talk about that a little bit more, but how important relationships are. And you don't have to do it all alone. We want to have purposeful engagement, like that sister who was able to be the reader at Mass. That was purposeful, and they had that be her regular routine, is that she would do that every Thursday. That was her responsibility, and it worked so well. Now, years down the road, she may not be able to, but at that time, she was able to do that. We want to be aware of the environment, and I'll talk a little bit more about the environment, but things like, anybody ever get overwhelmed in a dining room when there's too much conversation going on? Yeah. So if you're not dealing with neurocognitive changes, can you imagine when it's like for somebody who it's too much noise, too much clutter, too much going on? It can be overwhelming. Um, so I'll talk about that too, and then continuing to learn. So we just need to keep learning and learning and learning. And much of this is about us and how we behave. We are one of the most important tools to supporting someone with dementia. So I just want to do a little bit of a review on dementia. So sometimes I get the question, what's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's disease? Alzheimer's disease is a form of dementia. There are many types of dementia, and I'll share that in a few minutes. So dementia it's a disease. It's a progressive disease. It is a terminal disease. And as of right now, there's no cure. Now, we're making some pretty good progress as far as medications. We won't go into all of that stuff, but there's some real movement I'm seeing, but there is no cure. And there is no magic medication right now, no magic treatment. But they're working on it. So, what is the difference between your forgetfulness? So, those of you that have forgot your keys, left them somewhere, what is the difference? And so, symptoms of dementia, it's memory loss that disrupts the daily life. So, you forget the keys, you can't find your keys, and they might even be somewhere nearby, but you can't find the keys, and then you can't go somewhere, and this is a consistent issue that happens. So your life is just gets overwhelmed often, too much going on. So then sometimes you isolate. I mean, there's a whole variety of things that can happen, but it disrupts your life. It challenges in planning or problem solving. People don't have that ability to be able to plan their ability to sequence what happens next. How do I do this? They don't have that ability anymore. They begin to lose that. That doesn't mean that it isn't harder for you because it's slower. Yeah. Anybody brain a little bit slower than you were when you were 15? Sure it is. Part of the reason is your brain, and you can tell people this. Your brain is actually got more information. So you're actually smarter. There's a lot more in there. It just takes a while to go through all the files in your brain. Yeah. We also, one of the things that we often do, women, especially women, I don't know why. I don't know that I don't know. I guess I should do some more research, but we tend to multitask. I think that we're kind of almost made to do that, but the research is saying actually that isn't a gift. Now, I don't know if it's men that are saying that in male research about that, but it can be too much. So if we're trying to do too much at one time, it is hard to remember, or we tend to drop the ball and forget things. But for an individual who is dealing with dementia, they can't, and then they often forget that they even started something. So difficulty completing a familiar task at home or at work. And I say this with sisters who, when you, I don't know if you do this now, but when you have to hand in your receipts for your budget, y'all do that? Some? You don't do that anymore? Oh, that is great. There are many communities out there that are still torturing their women doing that. But what I often say is that ability to, get that paperwork in, get those things done. Now, some people were never good at it and they were always late. But their inability to even do that, it becomes overwhelming. They can't do that. Or even remembering to go, or appointments, right? They get confused about the time of day or place. Now, you might say, oh gosh, is this Saturday or Friday? Especially you've been so busy all It's crazy that all you've been doing. So, but that's not it. It's a total not understanding. So, if we were able to look outside right now, what would we see outside that would tell us that it is spring? Green grass, the buds, the leaves, the right, rain, yeah, yeah, and rain, more rain. Um, yeah, someone with dementia wouldn't necessarily have that ability to then look outside and say that. They wouldn't necessarily, they may see the flowers, but that processing of, oh, because of, I don't need this heavy jacket, or I should put on a raincoat because the clouds are dark and we've had rain, or there's puddles on the ground. So they don't necessarily have that. See the difference? So you might not remember that it's Thursday or Saturday for a while. Slow down for translation. Yes. Thank you. Am I talking loud enough too? Can y'all hear me? Okay. Alrighty. And trouble understanding visual images and spatial relationships. Sometimes what happens is that the distance, that spatial relationship, they might knock into things. They might one of the one of the sisters, the community said to me, "I'm really concerned about her and her driving. She's had lots of accidents." And, I'm not sure if we should take away her license and her keys, the infamous taking away of the keys. And so we were walking, and I saw this car that had just dents and bangs all over this car. And I said, "Oh my gosh, whose car is that?" "Oh, that's the sister we were talking about." Yes, please consider taking away her keys. What was happening is because of her distance, her inability to judge distance, poles, that she was hitting things because she didn't have that ability. And then trouble writing words or thinking of the right word often in conversation. Okay, so how many of you in the past week forgot some word or a name or a something? Yes. We were not going to diagnose you right now. No, it is that inability to get it and grasp it, and because often you'll say, walk down the hall and go, "Oh, that's who it was. Oh, yes, it was Mary." That's typical aging. That's that slowing process. This is completely forgetting, and often then not even remembering you had that conversation. Misplacing things and losing the ability to trace steps. Now, you have probably all lost something at some point in time, but you're able to say, "Now, wait a minute. Where was I when I put that down?" Anybody lose their phone? Oh, is that the biggest pain in the neck? Do you have anybody call you? Um, it's the difference between that and retracing your steps. And often what will happen is you might find things. My mom used to, she had glasses. And I came walking in the house one day, and my mom had a new pair of glasses. And they were bright. This is a very proper woman. She had bright red cat-eye glasses. I said, "Oh, new glasses." And Dad said, "Yes, she keeps losing them. So I bought her a couple pair." Because he would find them in places. He would find them in a refrigerator. He would find them tucked underneath cushions. So that's different than, "Oh my gosh, where did I put my phone?" when you can go back and retrace it. Their decreased or the judgment is often poor, so that they again don't make decisions that are logical. "Oh, I can still drive, not a problem," right? Withdrawal. Withdrawal from work or social activities. You see that often as a sister may not be coming to assembly anymore because she just can't take it, or mealtime. It just is too much. So we want to balance that because we don't want the person to isolate, but we also need to recognize that it can be difficult. And then changes in mood and personality. Some people become more grumpy, more crumbly. And some people actually become more playful, more letting go of some of the things that that we're supposed to do as a proper sister. Although I'm not so sure what that would be in this community. Um, so anyway, so do you see that is different than our normal aging, that yes, we slow down, yes, we forget some things, yes, we don't do things as quickly or as how we used to do them. So now I want to talk with you a bit about the brain, and I'm not going to go into too much detail about the brain, but enough because I think when you begin to understand what is going on, when there is deterioration in the brain, what's happening is, depending upon the type of dementia, there are changes occurring within the brain, and so there's the connections, the synapses, you're not able to make those connections. And so, for example, with the frontal lobe, when there's impact of the frontal lobe, people, again, like I said, they don't have the judgment. So they make decisions that you think, why is she doing that? Because there's changes occurring in her brain and she's not able. Often with the brain, I think what's confounding for us is that the brain is, I'm trying to slow down now. My brain doesn't go slow. We can't see what's going on. If someone had a broken leg, you would not say, "Oh, for goodness, sister, get up the stairs." You could see it. It would be a problem. You wouldn't. But when somebody, especially in the very beginning, not until towards the end, they look very similar to what they've looked like. So we can't see what's happening. So I think when we can begin to understand changes that are occurring in the brain, we can have a better understanding, because otherwise, we don't know. So we think, well, what's wrong with her? Well, why can't she? And it's because she can't. Not she should, but she can't. So judgment, planning and organizing, like I was just talking about, the ability, again, to multitask, to make decisions, to make wise decisions, to be able to complete projects, and then to initiate tasks or activities. That can happen where you say, well, how come you didn't do this? You're on our committee, and you said that you were going to do this. And the ability to even initiate for them, it becomes more and more difficult. So even just getting started. Now, those of you that are procrastinators, you've always been a procrastinator. This is not procrastination. This is the inability, really, to be able to initiate often. With the parietal lobe, what can happen with people is called apraxia, and they can get stuck, and they get stuck initiating. And physically, that can happen. So sometimes someone will be able to, have you ever seen someone not be able to walk forward, or they go to sit and they can't sit? And often the staff will see this that are working with someone who's more advanced in the disease, and you tell them to sit down and they just are trying, but they don't seem to. And then a couple minutes later, boom, they can sit. That can happen. The eye, hand, and the fine motor coordination. So things get knocked over, spilled, the coordination, the ability to write, those can be impacted. Agnosia is what can happen is, and you might see, and again, this is more as the disease progresses, but you might see someone with a hairbrush try to brush their teeth with it because they don't quite, or to eat with, say, a knife and not a spoon, or not even use something, they use their hands because they don't even understand that the spoon is for eating. Now, there are things that we can do to help remind them, but that often can happen. And then getting lost. People can get lost. I had two sisters who figured that they could solve this. One of them had dementia, and she was a relatively good driver, and the other one did not, and she was a really good navigator. So they said, we don't have any problem going anywhere because she'll navigate, I'll tell her where to go, and she'll drive. They actually got away with that for a couple of years. The temporal lobe is retaining new memories, and that is particular with Alzheimer's disease. Is that the ability to retain the new? So that is why someone might ask you, "What time is mass? What time is mass?" Then a few minutes later, "What time is mass?" Because they can't retain. With language on the right side, it isn't often lost. So we need to look at what can the person still do, and language, song and chit chat. So you who are leaders, who and sisters are. I've seen this multiple times where sisters are living together, small community or two sisters, and the leadership goes in to visit because the one is really concerned about the other, and they go in to visit for about 20 minutes, half hour, and say, how are things going? Things are going well. And that person can do chit chat just fine for a period of time. And if they stayed with her for an hour or maybe 2 hours, that might be very different. So always important to be listening to both the partner and or those sisters that they're living with. So when you're living with someone, you see things differently than others. So they come in just for a moment. And the music, the songs that will last often for a very long time. If we had time, I would show you this really wonderful video of this person working with someone who was able to retain music. So maybe this afternoon we could show that if we can allow that to happen. But the left side, the understanding and remembering verbal. So often the left side of the temporal lobe, that is where the language issues are, but the right side is retained in many ways. Social behavior. So impulse control and lack of empathy, that can happen where someone becomes very flat, especially is frontotemporal dementia, where they don't seem to care that much about the impact or how they behave with others. They lose that. They're not able. And often what will happen is someone will do something or say something, and we're supposed to be telling them, oh, sister, don't say that. Don't talk that way. Don't. Good for you, but it's not going to help because she doesn't know better. She doesn't have that ability. Is this helpful? Okay. Yeah. The amygdala and the hippocampus, that's deep, 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 deep in here and often impacted fairly early with Alzheimer's disease. And so that's where the learning and memory. Dementia doesn't mean necessarily just memory. We often think that, but you can see it impacts all different, the brain impacts the whole body, right? And so the learning and the memory, and then the amygdala, the fight or flight, the emotional regulation and memories. So really, this is why one of the things that is super, super, super important is to, as a disease progresses, is to have things be relatively calm. Because we don't want somebody all worked up. We don't want to trigger that fight or flight. It's hard for them. It's hard to regulate that. And so things like sound can overstimulate. Sometimes things like touching someone before they know that you're there. Have you ever come from behind and touched somebody and they jump? Yeah, and then what you've just done is you've taken that amygdala in the brain, that fight or flight, and just went whoosh, and made that person react. And so they, or they go to hit, or something like that happens because they don't have that ability. It's that emotional regulation is impacted. The occipital lobe. The occipital lobe is very, very interesting, and the impact on the visual. So visual hallucinations can occur. With Alzheimer's disease, it can happen later. With a Lewy body dementia, that is often one of the first things that's observed. And so I'll talk about that more in just a couple minutes. The loss of peripheral vision. So, and that's part of also the driving, walking into walls that. So what can happen is this, and I want you to do this with me. So put down your pens, put down so that you can have your hands free. So what often happens with peripheral vision loss, when you go to so put your hands like this. When you go to, say you went to motor vehicle or to the eye doctor and they do the lights, right? They flash the lights and check your peripheral vision. So when there is impact to the occipital lobe with neurocognitive changes, what happens eventually as it progresses, follow me, hands in, closer and closer and closer. Can you see less now than you did? Okay, no, don't stop, because what happens is make binoculars and then close one fist, monocular. Now, you and I know enough to be able to look around, right? And know that I can't see out of this eye. If anyone's ever lost vision in an eye, that you know that. But if I don't have that ability, this is what I see. One of the things that we often catch it is when someone is eating and they're not eating all of their food. And so we look at the plate and half the plate is eaten because they're not seeing the other. So what do? You turn the plate around. You turn the plate around. Yes, yes. Often we say, well, she's not hungry. She can't, right? And that's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. She just can't see it. I had a CNA call me once, and she said, oh my gosh, Dana, I saw it. I did it. The sister they had a plate that was red so that they could see better. She could see better the food, but she was still only eating half. And she said, I walked over, I turned it, and she finished the whole plate. And for months and months and months, she has been losing weight. And now she's eating. Yeah, yeah. An inability to recognize faces. This is one of the hardest things for us, I think, often emotionally, when you know someone and you go to see them and they don't know you. Yeah. I'm going to tell you a story about my mom. So I went into my parents' house, and my dad was sitting watching TV, and I heard him saying, Susan, just over there. It's just by the kitchen. And I heard her crying. And so I walked in, and she was trying to find the bathroom. She couldn't find the bathroom. So I brought her in, showed her the bathroom. She was able to use the bathroom by herself. She came out of the bathroom, and she walked over to me. She did not know who I was anymore. She didn't know I was her daughter. But she did this. You're so kind. You're so kind. It gets me today, right? I don't care that she didn't know I was her daughter. I don't care that she didn't know my name. I care that that woman knew that I loved her and that I was kind. And that was so powerful for me to learn, is that, because I hear it all the time, well, she doesn't know, no sense in visiting, she won't know who I am, right? Yeah, yeah. That is often what happens, is that they can't recognize. And some of it is memory also. It's a combination. So anyway, that's a thing. So can you see when we think, why doesn't she? Why can't she? It's literally because she can't. She has this impact that's occurring within her brain. And so types of can you read that? Yeah. the four top types of dementia are Alzheimer's disease, vascular disease, Lewy body, and frontotemporal. That's what we know now. There is lots of research that there are many different variations. You can have multiple, like my dad, who we think had Lewy body and a vascular. And so it can be a combination. They think there could be over 100 or more different combinations. We're still just learning. When I was in nursing school a long time ago, we were told that the brain it doesn't develop after you're in your, about 18, 20 years old. It stops developing. You can learn, but it doesn't. That's so not true. But that's what we thought. That's what they thought back then. So what's the difference between these? And I think it's important to recognize it, because when you've met a person with dementia, you've met a person with dementia. Just because they have Alzheimer's doesn't mean they all act the same, but there are some similarities. But a person with Alzheimer's can act very different than a person with vascular. And if they've got Alzheimer's and a vascular, or Lewy body and a vascular. So just to have an understanding that I know this, and that's not what it is. So there must be something, wrong with her. She must be being difficult. That's not necessarily true. So with Alzheimer's disease, new details are often lost first, but they remember past memories. So when we're talking with them, we want to what? Talk about the past, and we don't want to say what? Do you remember? No. What we say is, I remember. I remember saying to my dad, I said, I remember you were an art teacher and you had students that just loved you. I did. And they won awards. They won National Scholastic Awards. They did? Yes. Totally different conversation than if I had said to him, don't you remember when? No, he didn't. He feels less than. He feels like a stranger. Instead, we were not strangers. Words are misspoken or misunderstood. So sometimes people use the wrong word for something, or they misunderstand. So it's that thing you talk into. It's nouns are often lost first. It's nouns. People can, again, be impulsive or indecisive, and then make the mistakes for the time and the place. So, and that's often that's a very common one. Not understanding. It was one sister that she used to always wear this wool jacket, even when it was in the summer and it was hot. So what did they do? What they did was they went in her closet, and some of those pieces that were not appropriate when it wasn't going to negatively impact her. I mean, sometimes you just don't go in and start changing things. I'll talk about that in a minute. You don't do that to somebody. But for her, if she wasn't going to see it, she wasn't going to use it. And so, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. So for vascular dementia, there are often sudden losses, and then there's a slight recovery. So somebody this morning was really sleepy and not able to do some things, but in the afternoon they're fine. And you're thinking, well, she's just being difficult. No, it's the vascular. Yeah. They often have a combination of symptoms. They'll have good days and bad days. Their judgment and their behavior is not like it was before, and their emotions can go whoosh, up and down, really up and down, labile emotions. For Lewy body, again, they're very unpredictable. We used to say that it's primarily men that had Lewy body, but they know now that that's not necessarily the case, that there probably more women were just not diagnosed as, but it still appears to be more male. They often have, like I was showing you earlier, movement problems in my dad and his walking. So they tend to have falls. They have sometimes trouble with swallowing. So we want to do swallowing evaluations with them, and their hand use. They sometimes have trouble with their hand opening things, using things. They have hallucinations. And that's very common. And it's people often are really kind of thrown off by it. They think, what's going on. It tends to scare us. And often with the hallucinations, it doesn't necessarily scare them. Now, some people do. Some do. But not everybody does. I had a sister not that long ago. She kept saying there were things that were here, and they were floating, and in many ways she was quite. We just couldn't figure out what was going on. So she had a psychological evaluation. We said, could it be vehicles, cars, shining light or whatever? And no, she just, that they were there, and it really kind of annoyed her. And they keep following me. And so we would talk about it. Didn't seem to be. So to tell her, no, there was nothing there, how do you think that would work? It wouldn't. It wouldn't. And so, yes, for her brain was seeing it. Often what it is plants, animals, bugs, very common, and children. The children. And so one of the communities, there was a sister who often at night, there were children under the bed. And they were making a lot of noise, and she could not fall asleep because the kids making the noise. And so one of the aides, who used to be pretty much her consistent aide in the evening, would go into the room, and she would walk. Sorry. She would go into the room, and she'd reach down and say, "Hey, you kids, get out of there. Come on with me. Sister needs to fall asleep," and bring them out. Now, you might think, oh my gosh, that's lying. That's a terrible thing to do. It worked. It worked. We call those therapeutic fibs. If it's going to improve the quality of life for that person, then we need to be able to let go of some of that judgment. Now, we never make fun. We don't lie on purpose. We try very hard to treat that person with respect and dignity and love. But there are times, I shouldn't say we don't lie on purpose. That is a lie on purpose. But we need to be able to do what it is that is best for her. Does that make sense? Yes, but never, ever, ever funny and joke about it. Never, ever treat that person with respect. And that can be a fine line, especially when you're working with staff that maybe haven't dealt with this before. Sometimes they think that dreams are real. I remember my dad saying to my brother, he woke him up at 4:00. My brother lived in an apartment upstairs, and he woke him up at 4:00. He said, "Pete, there's a party downstairs. All these people. You should come in the food." And my father loved large groups. He was a farm family, and the more people, the better. And Pete said, "Oh, great, Dad. Yeah, okay. I'm really tired. How about if I walk you, let's go back downstairs." And he ended up putting him back to bed. But, anyway, that is not unusual. And sometimes what's happening too is that people can become, it's called confabulation. Confabulation is the brain trying to make sense of what is going on. So have you ever been with someone who said, "Oh, yeah, we just came back from, how are you? Oh, we just came back, and the sisters that were there, and then we had dinner together, and this whole big story," and you're thinking, no, that's not what just occurred. And so often what we do is, "Oh no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not what happened." Yeah. Who's not using their brain? Me, right? People with Lewy body, they can have difficulty moving. They can have their blood pressure, their blood sugar can be impacted, and then also insomnia. insomnia to the point where sometimes people can be awake for 24, 48 hours, and they're just practically falling over, and then they crash and fall asleep. It can be really difficult, very tough to see somebody that exhausted. And then the frontotemporal, that is, people can be rude. They can be rude. They can say some things. I was with a sister and we were at the grocery store, and she said, as the while we were waiting in line, there was a woman in front and she was quite large, and she said, "Well, she doesn't need those cookies." Now, what would be your reaction? Sister, don't say that, right? That's not going to help. It'll just going to get the sister upset. What I said to the person was, "Sorry, she has dementia." The person, "Oh, okay, okay, all right." Some people have actually gone as far, I've never done this, but had a card that said, "Please excuse, she has dementia," and hand it to somebody so that the person is treated with dignity and respect. People can be apathetic, so that they are look depressed. There's a minimal affect. Their ability to sequence, to initiate something with the frontal lobe, and then often disinhibited. This is the person that walks down the hall naked, not realizing. The poor maintenance guys, I always hear the story when I talk to communities, and the maintenance man is like, "Oh my gosh, and it's a sister. I'm going to hell. I know I'm going to hell." They turn bright red. And again, they just don't realize, they don't. And then missing or changing words, the rhythm, because again, it's the temporal lobe, and they often don't get the message. They don't really understand. I want to talk about relationships, but I also need to talk about your bodies. Do you need to take a break? Okay. All righty. So let's take a break. And this is helpful? You sure? Okay. All righty. Yeah. Oh, that's right. 20-minute break. So what time? 10:45. Can you come back? 10:45. Let's see. What's the first one? I'm enjoying it. My goodness. Me too. Both of our translators are on until 11 on time. So you have about 15 minutes. I'm going to tell them only one of them can stay, and that's very hard for one to do the whole thing. So we're going to just tell them to shut down, because nobody in Japan's watching at the middle of the night. And then we'll send a recording to them, and we can translate it later to Japan. Okay. I mean, I still don't want to talk about this because that's right, because there are a lot of people in here that have. But after 11, we won't be recording. In Japanese. Okay, in Japanese. Everything will be. Okay, and that's the only translation right now is in Japanese? That's all we do because this is okay. Japan and Guam are extended to 14. Okay. So we just translate in Japanese. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. But it'll go out as a link later. Okay. To watch it again. Okay. Or to see it for the first time if they didn't make it today. Yeah. And there probably are quite a few because it's Saturday. Yeah. But we can have them translate the second half. Okay. And the questions and answers later. Okay. All right. Oh, good. All right. Thank you. But yes, feel free to still tell me to slow. You're just too excited and it's wonderful. Sure. I think right here, actually, I don't think anyone's here. I'm good. Thank you. We're having trouble pulling this thing down. I'm sorry. Listen, we're talking about the Okay. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. My dad did that with his class that was totally unruly. He jumped up on the table and started singing God Bless America. So I learned that from him, and it does seem to work, doesn't it? Okay. I first want to start by apologizing to the translators. I am talking too fast. So I apologize. I get excited. And I also feel like, oh my goodness, we lost a half hour. So anyway, I apologize. They're going to be with us for the next 15 minutes. And then I get to talk really fast. No. No, I will try to slow it down. Are you able to hear me okay? Okay. Because sometimes I also drop my voice, and so I want to make sure. All righty. So relationships. And I have to say, what I have learned is one of the most important things is about relationships and how do we support each other through this. We often think of that they're broken, they've got a disease, they need to change. And my learning and all the mistakes that I have made is it's about me and my learning and what I can do. Because as we've just talked about, there's damage to their brain and it will continue to deteriorate. And so it is not about them, it is about me paying attention to them in the best. When I'm in communities, and I had the gift yesterday to spend an hour and a half over at Our Lady of Angels. Boy, you did good. You did a good job. There are many wonderful, wonderful pieces. They were saying, well, what else could we do? And I mean, we talked about maybe there's some things on the wall that you put, but in general, it was right. The design is right. There's some sound issues there. We talked about the possibility of maybe some grants from an outside place. I don't know, but just really good. And what I experienced was there was a sense of, even they were playing bingo, and there was a sense of calm, and how important that was, and the way that people talked to, the way that people related. I made a mistake when I was there. There was a sister, and she was sitting and she was waiting for Mass, and it was probably an hour and a half before Mass. And so I went over to say hello. I started it up. Because she wanted to know what Mass and how come, and then she got upset, and it was I caused it. And so, but one of the staff went over, and they started to talk with her, and then they took her for a walk, and she calmed down. So, I mean, that's good stuff. That is an understanding of what to do and how to support. I didn't mean to be rude or to create anything. I didn't know any better. But I learned for her, because I don't know her. And so anyway, but the staff knew, and they addressed it. So really, really, really good. When you think of dementia, what are the first words that come to mind? Just shout them out. Memory, confusion, forgetting, fright, loss, repetition, fear. What was that? Helplessness, anxiety. When you're living with a person who's living with dementia, because we don't talk that they're a victim, we don't use that word. We say someone living with dementia. When you're living with somebody with dementia or in community with, what do you feel? Frustration. Us, them. And I have been declared a them. You're a them. Okay. Thank you. Patience. The need for patience. So impatience, you can be impatient. Yeah. Feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Sad. Yeah. Worried about meeting their needs. Worried about meeting their needs. What do? I don't know how to deal with this. Mm-hmm. Impatient. Yeah. I lived with a sister who had really serious dementia. And the other sisters were used to it, but I wasn't. And she would do dangerous things. Yeah. Like she couldn't get down one stairway, so she climbed over it. Okay. Under the steps and stuff. And they said she's going to hurt herself. Right. So you were worried about her. She was doing dangerous things. All of us were working full time. Yeah. In the community. Yeah. That she climbed over the stairs because she couldn't get down there. Oh, okay. The door was locked. Okay. All right. So common emotions when supporting. So why is it that it is hard? Why is it that we feel these feelings or experience these things? And I think this is really important. Why is it that some people are really comfortable going over to Our Lady of Angels and some aren't? I have two brothers. One of them went to visit my mother on a regular basis when she ended up moving into a memory care. And my other brother said, I can't do it. He regrets it now. And so I think this is really interesting and important for us to pay attention to, is that it is not uncommon to feel guilty. I should have, I could have, if only, to feel fear, to feel grief. I lost her. She was my closest friend, and we used to go and do this together, and now we can't do that together. I feel like I've lost that relationship. Sadness, frustration, as you said, anger. And I see anger. Anger often is disguised as emotionally frustrated, or I don't know what to do or whatever. And it's just like, well, go over there and do that. Why are you repeating? I already told you so. Anybody ever say I told you so? Sure. Sure you did. It's common. We say that. I'm trying with my husband not to do that. He does not have dementia, but he still doesn't remember what I'm saying. But I figure, oh well, I can practice. Being impatient and feeling hopeless. I mean, so I think it's important that we realize that that's normal. And so if you're feeling those feelings, don't feel bad about feeling those feelings. It's normal. It's not unusual to have that. And so, but to be able to begin to tap into it and to say, if I'm feeling guilty that I'm not going over there, what do I need to do to visit? Or if I'm feeling guilty that I have not, what I sometimes see is I see people who are really comfortable but begin to get burned out. Because they feel guilty and they need to be there and then they need to do this, right? You see that. And so to begin to have an understanding. So thinking about things, why do I feel what I do? It's a really important, this is a justice issue to me. This is a justice issue. How do you make this person, or do what you, not make, how do you do what you can to support this person so they don't feel like a stranger, that they feel that they are still connected? But how do you do that to protect yourself too? So sometimes that frustration, if we are one that's a helper, do I need some help? We don't need to be a martyr. You don't need to be a saint. Saints are dead. Not yet. Not yet. You might be someday, but not now. Am I being unrealistic? Am I being unrealistic with this person? Am I trying to have them things like she's always late? She's always late, right? She shows up late. Why can't she be here? Why can't, or I go to get her and she's not ready? Yeah. Is it realistic when somebody has dementia and no, they can't remember? What are my priorities and what can I let go of? If she's going to be who she is right now, what do I need? I think this is an opportunity for us to grow in this time in life. This piece of it, to say, how do I become more patient with people with dementia or anything else? But that who am I and what am I feeling? What can I do differently? Am I trying to do too much? Especially I see it when they're a small community, 2, 3 sisters that are together. It can be way too much, but it impacts you. It impacts your housing. There's just all kinds of things that can be impacted. And so where do you need help? And do I need to set and keep my boundaries? I've had sisters say, you know what, Dana, I can't sit at the table with her and listen to her repeat the same thing over and over and over. It's exhausting to me. It's tiring to me. And I say, why do you need to sit there every day? Somebody else can. Somebody else. You can begin to think about, how do we do this differently so that she's supported and I don't get tired, worn out, snippy, angry, frustrated, because that comes across. Often people with dementia become more highly sensitive. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and there's something going on and you know something's going on, but nobody's saying anything, but you can feel it. And then you probably figure it out. Well, can you imagine feeling like that much of your day? Not quite knowing what is going on, not quite knowing. And so it's so important for us to become aware of who we are and how we behave with this person. And if you can't do something for a day, or you're too tired, or you're getting snappy, stop. It's okay. I think that women in general, The men don't seem to have much of a problem with this. Often they don't. I work with men's communities too. But women and women religious, I mean, you have spent your life caring for others. That is who you are. That is why you entered community often. It's issues of justice. It's issues of care and support and supporting the underserved. And so, but you do need to learn to be able to say, no, I can't do that today, but I can do it here. Or I can't do this, but I could do this. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we need to let go of some of those things that create, because it's a vicious cycle for us. Because the sisters, they're your sisters, and they need you. And if they only can have you for 5 minutes, because that's all you can do, that's okay too. It's okay. And if you can give a lot more, then that's wonderful. I love this quote. This is from the Ohio Council of Cognitive Health. It says, individuals with dementia teach us how to listen, to be patient, to find joy in the small moments of life, to love unconditionally, be flexible, and how to be in the present. It can be when you're with someone and supporting a person with dementia, it can be hard as heck and just absolute delight at times. And so, but it is about how we take care of ourselves so that we can better take care. Does that make sense? We don't talk about that enough, I don't think. We don't talk about, because we feel bad that we feel bad. Slow down. Yes. So, offering support. There is a Dr. G. Allen Power, and I really like his work. He talks about, this looks like, what does this look like? Maslow's hierarchy, right? Yeah. But what he says is that well-being is about knowing it begins. I think Maslow's is autonomy, right? No, security on the bottom. And he talks about identity and connectedness, so that if you know who I am, then we can connect even more deeply. So that having that connection, knowing me, knowing about me, that's where it needs to start. And then when that happens, then I feel more secure. And when I feel more secure, I can be more autonomous and I can make some choices. And then my life has more meaning and I can grow. And because ultimately we want the person to have joy. I worked in a nursing home years ago, and we were redoing the ministry. The mission statement, and it was done by the residents and the families and the staff. It was a whole group rewriting the mission statement, and one of the values that they wanted was joy, which is not very common in a nursing home. And so the director of mission effectiveness, he went to a meeting and he said he was so excited about it. And he was sharing what was being done. And the person who was a VP of missions said, he was telling about joy. And she said, "Oh, James, you can't have joy as a value. We're Catholic." True story. True story. I said, "James, you go back and read that Bible." Oh, goodness. So Maria Montessori. Any Montessorians in here? Aha! She said, joy, feeling one's own value, being appreciated and loved by others, feeling useful and capable of production are all factors of enormous value for the human soul. They absolutely need that. We need to have a sense of purpose. So often, even people get into things with dementia. Sometimes they get into things, and that's curiosity. They go into somebody's room, or they're curious and they're purposeful. You women do not just sit around and be. You don't. And while we need to work on that sometimes, it's not realistic, and a person needs to have a sense of purpose and connection, even with dementia. And we actually do Montessori with people with dementia. Yes, and I just absolutely love it because it really is about purpose. An example of it is my dad, and I always tell my parents stories because I can say anything. Um, they will forgive me, won't you? um, my brother, we were getting dinner ready, and my dad, I said to my brother, Dad and I are going to we'll make a salad. And he looked at me, he's like, Dad's going to make a salad? I said, yeah, Dad and I are going to make the salad. He's going to cut the cucumbers. And he looked at me and I said, we're good. So my dad came over and he had a knife. Now, I did not give the man a cleaver. I stood right there. And he cut that cucumber so perfectly. He had his finger and he was just cutting. It probably took him 15 minutes to cut that cucumber this long, but perfect. And then he spread it. Now, I remember he was an art teacher, spread it perfectly on top of the salad. He can do it. He knew how to use that knife. And I was taking reasonable risk. I was there. So to assume that he couldn't, of course he can do it. And did he feel great? Yes. In fact, it's one of my favorite dad stories. My niece was getting married, and she was in South Carolina. It was a wedding in South Carolina. And so we rented my dad's from Connecticut. We were from all over the country. And so we rented an Airbnb, a house. And we were sitting in the living room, and there was a coffee table here. And I thought, my dad was sitting there, I was sitting here. And I thought, oh my gosh, it's the big feet again. He's going to stand up and knock over. I can just see it and just go tumbling into the wall. I could just see this whole thing. So I said, stupidly, I'm just going to move the coffee table. Well, he said, I'll help you. That's exactly what I didn't want, is for him. Yeah. So I said, that was my first reaction. I thought, okay, it's not really heavy. I could lift it myself if I needed to. Okay, Dad, you take that end and I'll take this end. And on a count of 3. And we did this. 1, 2, 3. Moved it. And he looked at me and did this. He was the dad, I was his daughter. He was so proud of himself doing that. I could have so easily said no. Yeah. So important. They taught me so many lessons, and I got so much joy and frustration and guilt and anger. I'm going to skip that one. So as we start to really get to know others, as we begin to listen to each other's stories, things begin to change. Often what I find is that, do you ever go to the funeral and learn all kinds of things about the sister that you never knew? Yeah. When we begin the movement from exclusion to inclusion, from fear to trust, from closed to openness, from judgment and prejudice to forgiveness and understanding, it's a movement of the heart. And so we want to be able to really begin to connect, have relationship and connect with each other. Because what we don't want is somebody feeling disempowered, learned helplessness, and people learn that. We teach them that, to be helpless, to be lonely, to be bored, or to have fear of failure. And when you, with the person with dementia, if everything is no, you can't do that, no, they actually often get what I call the dwindles, is that you see a person begin to, to stop, to just sort of not do anymore. I have a fear of failure. I've learned, no, I can't do this. So that's not life-giving. I was visiting, my mother-in-law also had Alzheimer's disease, and I went into her nursing home, and there were there was somebody playing the piano, and there was all these people sitting around, and they were all just kind of slumped in this music, and it was a pretty good piano player. But I started to, thank you, I started to sing with people. I know you can't imagine that about me. And all of a sudden, it was like little daffodil heads. All of a sudden, people's heads perked up. They started to sing. They engaged. They started laughing. How important that is if somebody is given a chance to to connect. And so important, because we want people to have a full, rich life. We want people to be seen. We want people to have choice. And feel equal and have relationships and engaged, right? I mean, that's what we really want. And that can happen with people with dementia. It can. So here's some basics. We want to get curious about who the individual is. And this is for you, even if you know sisters in community. And what are their preferences and what is their history? Often people don't know the history. And what I find is for staff, lay staff who don't know the history of the individual, they don't know. They're shocked when you hear that this sister, oh my goodness, she was a teacher, or she did this or that. They have no idea. Now, one of the nice things over at Our Lady of the Angels is that there is a narrative about the sisters. And so they do get to learn some, but I have another idea. They create a sense of security and inclusion again, because that's what we want. We want people to feel included. We want to look at the environment, as I said, distractions and noise and communication. One of the things that, that I have found to be really helpful, and this is a Montessori piece, is a memory book. And there is a specific design to the memory book. It's intentional. So when I got certified in Montessori, we had to create this book, and it's designed so that every page has one picture. Remember, because we don't want it too confusing, right? And it has one sentence in a font that I can read, and to explain the story. So the first page has a picture of, I think, my husband and myself. This is me with my husband, Cliff. That's it. It's put in a 3-ring binder so it can be added to. It is put in a non-glare plastic so that it can get gooky and we can wipe it off, but there's also no glare. I recommend, you're going to think I'm wacky, that you do that. Because at some point in time, you may need that. And won't it be nice for somebody to know? If it's simple enough, the person can read it themselves too. It is very common. It's for the individual. So has anybody felt like, oh, I'll go over there, but what will I do? What do I say to her? How do I have a conversation? Well, if you had a book, if she had a book that you could go through with her and say, oh, look at that. What a cute little kid you were. My goodness sakes. Yep, and you grew up just down the road from me. It allows you to have a conversation. It allows them to engage. So it's not, do you remember when? Because it helps you, but it also helps them. And I find that it can really be fun to do this and to create it, and beneficial. Because you know how, what I often, for staff, it's really great, because often what happens is they go in to visit in the morning and wake somebody up and say, good morning. It's a beautiful day out today. It rained last night. Well, what else do I say now? right? You probably have felt that yourself. And so I highly recommend, if you want any information, I will gladly share it with you. I also have a list of questions that I have found communities, often in small groups, have done too. It's all these information. What was the parish that you were in? What was your, did you have animals in your life? So all kinds of questions, and they can be a lot of fun to be, oh, I didn't know that about you, or I didn't know you loved to do that, because at some point in time, that might be really important. How many of you absolutely love pureed broccoli? Anybody love broccoli? Okay. Anybody can't stand broccoli? Okay. So when you're spitting out broccoli, because somebody's trying to feed you, and she is what? What is she doing? She's being what? Difficult. No, she hates broccoli. She's hated broccoli her whole life. And you're trying to feed her broccoli. Again, who's not using their brain? Who doesn't have that information, right? So the more that we can learn about each other and those types of things, it may seem silly, but it's really not silly. It's not silly. So something, if you ever want any information about that, I will gladly share. I love this, Maria. Again, everything you do for me, you take from me. So the more that person can do, and remember that sister who was doing the reading at Mass, I never would have believed that she could have done that. I could have taken that away from her. We want to think about and then this, when I talk about the environment, that can be here, that can be in an apartment, that can be over at Our Lady of Angels. We want to support people's independence, their safety and navigation, although sometimes we get a little carried away with the safety thing. Yeah, it becomes too much. Now, we need to be careful. But I believe in reasonable risk. I believe, like I was saying with the chair, when we used to tie people down and say we had to do that for safety. We do things like that at times. We put rules and constraints on people. And so what can be done? Not, if this doesn't work, what else could we do? What else? Something different. What else could we do? And to try to make things as comfortable as possible. I had a phone call the other night from a sister who is with a sister. There are 3 of them living in a home. And this one of the sisters, she had made a promise to her that she would never have to leave the home. Now, at some point in time, she might need to. They're not there yet, and they're relatively safe. But she wanted to know, okay, what are we doing? Am I doing the right thing? How do I support her? And so the questions were more, what gives her joy? What is working? And then how are you? And what do you need? So to begin to think of it in that way. And she needed affirmation too, that it was what she was doing was right. So I talked about purposeful engagement. Providing opportunities for somebody to participate. When possible, do with the person, when you can do something with the person. So here's a simple little example, but my dad, I was in making his bed, and because he couldn't make the bed. Now, some of it is, why does his bed really need to be made? But anyway, you all trained me, and my mother actually. So that was important to do, and he wanted the bed made, but he couldn't do it. He again would have tripped in the sheets, and it just didn't. So I said, could you hold these pillows for me? It would be, helpful. And I just had, oh, of course, honey, I can do that for you. Right? He did with me. Choices. This is where we can get, this is a really important piece, and we can get mixed up here, and we can overwhelm somebody. People need choices. We don't want to take away all their choices. But reasonable. So, and careful choices. So if somebody in the beginning, would you like to wear this, which one of these dresses would you like to wear? Might be fine. Or this that they go in their own closet. But as it progresses, it may be, do you want this or this? And then it might be, this dress looks so pretty on you. How about if you wear this today? So it's not too many choices to overwhelm, but enough so that the people feel like they have choice. Consistency is key. And that's one of the blessings of being in religious life. You're used to more consistency often. Although I've heard some of you have had to move many times. But having consistency so that mass is at a certain time, that lunch is at a certain time, so that there is that level of consistency. We don't want to overcorrect people, and we don't want to expect perfection. If my brain is deteriorating, I am not going to be perfect. I am not going to do that perfectly well, and I need to let go. I need to let go. Now, you may sneak back in and, redo the bed or something, that it's hanging, the sheets are hanging slightly below. You may do that. You probably do that. I do that. And that's a husband thing. We want to help people go simple to complex. So we want to be able to try to support the person doing something simply, and then they can grow. People with dementia can continue to grow and learn. They can. Will they lose it eventually? Yes. But can they? Yes, they can. By repetition, by slow learning over and over and over. An example is I had a sister who, a community, I was working with a community, it was a cloistered community, and the sister who had been the foundress was driving them crazy because she kept asking the same question over and over and over again. And she kept saying, what time is mass? What time is mass? She was sitting in a chair every time somebody walked by. What time is mass? What time is mass? So I said, well, let me go in and meet sister. And so she had a chair that she sat in the room, and where everyone would walk through, so she could, keep an eye on all that was going on. And I said, where's the clock? Sister had no way to know what time it was. So we put a clock in there. Not a digital clock, a clock with big hands, bold letters, big enough for her to see, because she was 90-something years old, so that she could see it at a height that she could see it, because, often when we get older, it's a little bit harder, our necks, we don't look up as well. And then what we did was we put a sign underneath it that said, Mass is at 9 a.m. And every time they would walk by and they would say to her, she would say, what time is Mass? Taught the sisters to go point at the clock and the sign, Mass is at 9 o'clock, every time, 12, 15 times a day. After a while, she could tell. She could read it. Now, did she ask another question? Of course she did. But she was able to learn that. We did that with my dad too. We had a daily schedule on a whiteboard, and every time we'd bring him, so not just tell him, but we'd bring him to it so that he could see, and he would go over and look at it. Now, did he go over multiple times a day to look at it? Yes. But it was there. One of those things, anybody get frustrated by the question asked over and over and over and over again? Yeah. So what they're trying to do is connect with you. They don't remember because they can't. And they're trying to connect and trying to understand and make sense of things. So one thing that I have found for me, and I don't know if this will work for you, and I've never seen this written up anywhere, but what has worked for me was, because it's frustrating to me. I mean, she doesn't remember that you've answered her. So what I do is I try to answer the question a little bit differently. So I don't make joke out of it. But it is, okay, what time is Mass? Mass is at 9 o'clock. What time is Mass? Today Mass is at 9 o'clock. So I'm trying to help my brain be creative and not feel like it's, nails on a chalkboard. And it does seem to help. So I'm being creative with it to try to answer that question. So try it. It does work for me. Yes, it can be annoying. I totally. But she's not doing it on purpose. She just doesn't. And it's so easy for don't you remember I already told you that, right? And then she gets frustrated, you get frustrated, then we start to see behaviors at times, vicious cycle, vicious cycle. Does that make sense? Anybody willing to try that one? Yeah, I think it helps. I think it helps for me. And what we want to do is what we want to create what I call cognitive ramps. It's actually a Montessori term. It's how do we help that person because their brain is not functioning well, how do we create that ramp, that connection? So physically you create a ramp outside, right, to be able to get in. This is a cognitive ramp. And so a cognitive ramp are often notes, reminders. If you know that and this frequently happens, anybody try to go to pick somebody up to bring them to an appointment and you get there and they're not remembering? Yeah. That's a very common thing. So you called, you told her, you wrote it down, you called and told her roommate, or you called the care wherever she is, made sure that everybody knew, and you show up and she's in her bed in her pajamas. That can be very frustrating, but the more that you can do, simple note, do not tomorrow, Thursday, doctor, 9 o'clock, or even simpler. You just want to do very simple, big enough, a place that she can see it. You want to talk to anybody else that could remind her. And you want to do what about yourself when you go to pick her up? Yes, you go early. You go early. Do not assume that she's going to be ready for you at 5 of 9. Well, you sisters, 9 o'clock is really quarter of, I've learned. I'll pick you up at this time. Oh, really? No, I was late. I was 15 minutes early. The more that you can do to help them to create that. With my dad, the cognitive ramp was cutting the cucumber. I was there. I was watching. He was given a knife, but it was sharp enough to, just all of those pieces so that he could be successful. Because in order for him to not be frustrated, to be angry. Clutter. Let's just talk really quick about clutter. Oh, you've experienced some clutter? Clutter, we often, I see, well, this is dementia or not. Some people are more clutter bugs than others. Some of you are really good at having, barely anything, and others of you like stuff. If there are really issues around, I often hear, and this is another one of those things that can annoy me, hear lots of hoarding stuff. Hoarding is a diagnosis. That's a different thing. So to say somebody is hoarding, that's a whole evaluation process. So unless you know that, and probably shouldn't be talking about it anyway, that's not something, take that word out of your vocabulary. Now, you can use clutterer. You can be a gatherer. So it does happen, but often what it is, especially if there is some cognitive changes happening, is that people can't organize anymore. They can't do it. And so they have piles of stuff because and this is often someone who had been organized before. And so you could, all of a sudden, you go in there and there's piles of things and mail that's never been looked at and all of that. That's not hoarding often. What it is they're overwhelmed by the clutter. They're overwhelmed by the clutter. And so life is just too overstimulating. So what we want to do is that we want to ask to help tidy, and somebody that often they're okay with you doing that. If there's a true hoarding issue, that's different, because that is a part of their life that you're taking away. So that's a whole separate thing. But if you can help people to tidy and to not do too much at a time, because you don't want to overstimulate either. But if you can slowly help someone, will it get cluttery again? Yes. You might learn that, gee, those bills need to not go to her anymore, or whatever those situations are. Does that make sense? Yeah. Um, um, so this is my dad's cognitive ramp. For him, this is his dresser. He could dress himself, but he could not sequence it, and he could not figure out. What he would do is he'd go to the top drawer. So say he went to get his underwear, but the underwear was in the third drawer. He would open up the top. No, that was socks. Next one, t-shirt. Then he'd go off to get a cookie because he forgot even what he was doing. So by putting these signs on, he was able to, and this is the order. God knows why he put his socks on first, but this was his order in life, his structure for getting dressed, and that's what he did. So when I put these on his dresser, and taught him, he was able to do it. And probably, I don't know, it was like six weeks later, maybe something like that. And I said, do you need some help? He said, I got it. It's right there. So he knew it. Now, did he keep it for, no, probably, I don't know, 6 months to a year, he was able to do that, and then it stopped. The middle one is the chapel, that little chapel sticker. I was at a community, and the sisters had beautiful, beautiful, beautiful convent that they had. It was gorgeous. But there was one primary elevator for the chapel. And so what's happening is there was a couple sisters with dementia that were living there. And when it came time to go to chapel, they didn't remember what floor it was on. And so they were just pressing the buttons. And so the sisters were so frustrated because it was going up and down all over. And so they just put a little sign on there that said chapel, and it was amazing the impact that had. So simple cognitive ramp. And then for my dad, he used to get up, like I was telling you about, where he was going to see my brother in the middle of the night. We put a sign on that said, it's bedtime, go back to bed. Simple, not a whole narrative, nothing, very simple. And for a long time, that really worked. And then it no longer was needed, actually. Speaking of signs, I was at a community, and they said, it was a small house. There was about 5 sisters, I think, living in the house. And one of the sisters had dementia. And they said, oh my gosh, she's forever, can't find anything. And the dishes, she'd go to put the dishes away because she really wanted to help, and she couldn't figure out where they went. And excuse me. And so I said to them, well, put some signs like this, right? And they said, oh, okay, we'll do that. And I came back a couple months later, and they said, that did not work. I said, it didn't work. They said, no. I said, well, why? So we went into the kitchen. So where are the signs? They're right here. Ah! Of course not. She can't see it on the inside. So yeah, they kind of missed the point on the. So then they moved them. All right. We talked about this already. Clutter. Can you see how, I thought this was a great picture. Can you see how someone with clutter could say, where's your coffee cup? And how they couldn't find it? So it can be hard if you have someone, they're not necessarily the clutterer, but if they're living with someone who's a clutterer, that can be very difficult also, right? Because some of you might be very comfortable with a desk that looks like that. And others of you, it would drive you crazy now, let alone if you had dementia. So important, again, to recognize that. Communicating. You always want to call the person by name. And this is going to sound weird to some of you, but you want to call them by name and you want to give them your name. Now, you may think she knows who you are, but don't assume that she knows who you are, because she may not know your name. She might recognize your face, but she doesn't know your name. And so to just naturally to say, you know, hi, Sister Mary, you know, I'm Dana, or just, you know, it's Dana. How are you? Tell the person, and I work for the sisters, so to tell them who you are, or I'm in this community, or whatever it is, but to explain to the person who you are. Anybody ever embarrassed when you go into a room and with people and you think, oh shoot, I'm supposed to know who she is, but I don't remember, you know, or last time, anybody look the same that you did 20 years ago? Right? And we expect anybody to go to your high school reunion and think, she never looked like that. So important. When you're talking with them and you're explaining something, we try to not use as many pronouns. Because when I'm telling the story about she did this and then we went over here and then, you know, I went with Mary and we went over to see her sister, and then she was, if they're pronoun, the ability for the person to process who you're talking about can be really challenging. And we do that a lot, right? So to be aware of your pronouns. Try to find ways to be positive. Because a person with dementia, as I said, they react to, they react to what is going on. If they don't have the ability to really process what's happening sometimes, and so, you know, like right now, if I'm looking like this because I'm trying to think, how do I explain this to you? What could my face be interpreted as? Angry, right? Angry. And I learned this really a long time ago, is that when I was an administrator and I would be walking through the hall and I'm thinking the impact that I had on others because they didn't know. If you knew me, if we knew each other, you'd say, oh, she's just busy. She's not angry. She's just thinking. But if I have dementia and I don't have that ability to process it, I think that maybe you're angry or there's a problem or something's wrong. And then I start to get nervous or upset or worried, and we have a reaction. Make sense? So checking our face. My husband is very introverted and very deep thinker. And a friend of his said to him one day, he said, Cliff, are you doing okay? He said, yeah. He says, well, you should tell that to your face. He tells that story, so if he was here, he would be okay with it. But that's a really good lesson, right? You know, how am I coming across? What is my body language? How quickly am I walking? How am I holding my body? Am I being positive? Am I showing up with a smile so that it means it's okay, things are okay? When you're talking to someone, and I already mentioned this, when I was thinking about a time when I remember when you're having those conversations, don't try to make them remember. It's painful often, because if they do even remember that they can't remember, then it's just a constant reinforcement of, I'm broken, this isn't good, this is really hard for me. And this is my lesson, low and slow. When we talk with a deeper voice, with a lower voice, we naturally talk slower. Yeah. So if I'm talking to you right now and I talk, you know, I'm sort of reading this, or I'm talking to you, and the level of my voice, is, yeah. So test it, try it, because it's true. When I start to slow it down, I'm not doing this intentionally. When I start to slow it down, it's slower and slower. So be aware of that. Yeah. When we seek connection, we restore our world to wholeness. Our seemingly separate lives become meaningful as we discover how truly necessary we are to each other. You are the greatest gift to someone with dementia. You may not realize that, but you coming, a touch of the hand, a smile, a warm just look in the eye can mean all the difference to somebody with dementia. If I'm struggling and I see a face that looks loving and kind, like my mother said, that can make huge, that is the greatest gift that you can often give. So, and we've talked about this a little bit. We don't want to reason with somebody. Why don't you want to reason with someone? They can't. They can't. We don't want to argue or correct or try to convince. Yes, I did tell you. I told you I was going to be coming today. No, you didn't. You didn't tell me. Nobody tells me anything. I had no idea. Yes, I did. Well, you've just gone down a rabbit hole and you're not going to get out of this one at all. We don't want to confront or blame or insist. Again, now you may be totally justified. It may be. But the reality is if you're doing that, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. I already said about don't remember. And we don't want to take things personally. And that's a really easy thing for me to say and a really hard thing to do. If somebody says something, so let me tell you probably one of my deepest regrets of something that I did to my mother. I thought I was being good. And they loved to go out. My parents used to love to go out and eat, and at a restaurant. And so I thought, well, I'll take them to a restaurant. They love it. And so we did. We got in the car. We drove to Olive Garden. Sunday at noon. Who wasn't using her brain? When the waitress said to me, or the person at the, brought me to a table, did I say, would you please bring me to a quiet table in the corner? Oh, no. I said, sure, this is fine. Right smack in the middle of families, kids just coming back from mass. I mean, it was just like crazy, absolutely crazy. The sound, and then we hand her a menu with all these choices on it. My poor mother got up in the middle of Olive Garden and started to scream at me how horrible I was, what a terrible person. It got quiet at Olive Garden. And it was horrible, 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 horrible. But I learned. The next time we went out to eat, because I didn't stop taking them out to eat, we went 2:00 in this little place that's focused on mostly seniors went. I asked for a table in the corner. When they brought the menu, I knew my mother loved hamburgers. I said, how about, I would love a hamburger with some lettuce and tomato. Oh, yes, that would be good. Okay, that's what we'll have. I learned. It was hard, and I haven't totally let go of that. I did take it personally. It felt awful. It felt absolutely awful. But when somebody says something, I mean, she would have, in another time, she wouldn't have done that. She might have said some of it to the side, but she sure wouldn't have stood up in the middle of Olive Garden screaming at me. And so to be able to not take things personally when possible. So again, short sentences, not too many words. We talk too much. She who has been talking at you for a couple hours, but talk too much. People need time to comprehend what we're saying. So we need to give often about 3 times as much. They can't respond quickly. They can't process quickly. So to slow it down, to accept the blame if something happens, and put on our big girl pants and say, I'm sorry. Now, you might not even be feeling too sorry, but I'm sorry because I didn't mean to. And that's what I had to do with my mom. I am so sorry. I mean, we went outside, we left, but to be able to say, I'm sorry. And to respond to feelings, person's feelings, not words. Sometimes people will say that they're fine. I remember a sister, she was crying and she said, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Like she wasn't fine. There was something going on. So to assume that. Pain, dealing with pain. One of the things with people with dementia is they often do not recognize their pain. So if we're asking someone if you're having pain, that may or may not be working at all. You may not get it accurate, but you can see somebody wincing, you can see body movement, tight muscles. So really not using their words necessarily. And then someone we were talking about in general, for any of you, if you're having pain, you're probably not listening really well. You're not, whether it's dementia or not. So important to be aware that when somebody's dealing with pain, they may need to take care of themselves or to step away or do whatever it is needed to support that. How you doing? You okay? Am I wearing you out? Are you okay? So we can stop here. Um, I don't know if anyone wants to come back this afternoon and chat. I can go through what I have for slides right now, or and come back in the afternoon to talk about whatever it is others would like to talk about. What would y'all like? What's good for you? I see you keep going. I see. Keep going. Hurry up, get us out of here. Okay. No, keep going. Yeah. Okay. Slowly keep going. And then you come back if you choose to, and we can talk about all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is really important. We're talking about emotions. About emotions impact how we think and we behave, and it's influenced by our limbic system in our body, and we often don't pay attention to our emotions. Do you notice that? Is that often we don't even really say, well, how am I really feeling? What is going on here? And so, whether it's you or others, one of the things that I have learned is the importance of being curious, not critical, of myself and for others. So, why am I feeling this way? What is going on for me? Because of, in particular, is emotional contagion. And it was what I was just talking about as far as people being able to read your face, how you behave. With the verbal cues are really, really, really important to be able to be aware of. So changes in a person's emotional response, they have less control over their feelings, and they often can react more, like my mom screaming at me in Olive Garden, because for her it became huge, and she didn't have those and totally reasonable for her that she was overwhelmed, but they don't have the control. And this is really important, especially in later disease, because this is where I sometimes see people get medicated, which is one of those things that I really struggle with. There was a sister who, it was a whole story and I could share with you, but she ended up reacting because of what she wanted, and that she got so upset and angry that the staff ended up medicating her. Then they called in the ambulance. She ended up, but anyway, 2 months later, she died because she fell and fractured her hip because she was over medicated. And so important that we don't over medicate people, that we recognize what the heck is going on here, and that we don't want to make it a situation worse because of us and our behavior. Make sense? And we can do it. We can do it. So if somebody gets really mad, or somebody gets very frustrated, we want to step back, because often we have initiated that situation. I initiated that problem in Olive Garden. I did it. I was not looking at what I should have been looking at. But if somebody say, and you might have run into this, somebody gets angry or somebody, because people can get angry and they can get physically violent, is that we want to step back. We want to take a deep breath and we don't want to keep talking about it. But I was only trying to tell you that this is what, stop. Be aware of how you look and sound. And once an emotion is engaged, trying to stop it, oh, no, just stop. Just relax. Do you ever have somebody tell you that? Oh, how well did that work? Yeah, right? No, that doesn't work. And that's when were using your whole brain probably. So if you don't have that ability, it's really important to literally check me. What am I doing? What am I feeling? And it's important to also, what triggered it? What did I do? So getting curious, what just happened here? What did I do? Did I come too close? Did I invade their space? Did I move too fast? There are many things that we can do. And when things calm down, saying I'm sorry, to be able to make that connection again, to just calm it down. But we often, then it triggers us, right? And so how do you balance that? So if somebody is agitated, did you ever see somebody with dementia that gets agitated or angry and what? So there's some things that we often need to think about. Physical issues to consider. Is this person got pain? Do they need to move? Sometimes people are sitting in a chair a long time. It can hurt you to sit for a long time. Some of you are probably thinking, all right, I'm ready to get up now, right? And can you imagine, because sometimes people are sitting many, many, many hours and in wheelchairs, which are not made to be often the type of wheelchairs for hours. People are thirsty or hungry, but don't know how to say it. They might need the bathroom, but don't know how to say it. And for somebody to say, well, you already went. Anybody go pee and then have to go pee again in a little while? Yeah. Now you could say, hey, I'm going anyway. But that isn't always the case. Sometimes hot or cold, and your brain actually can be messed up so that people can feel hot or cold. And the temperature, it's not about the temperature, it's about what's happening within their brain. And tired. So those things, and that's for all of us, right? If you're having pain, if you're thirsty, if you need to pee, if you're feeling hot or cold or tired, that can make you angry or frustrated. But you have that ability to modulate it where somebody with dementia often doesn't. And then emotionally, is that person scared? Are they sad? Are they angry? Are they lonely? And are they bored? And many, many, many times people can be these things, and especially bored. Yeah. So real important to be aware of that, especially for staff who are working with people with dementia. Really, really, really important. Or if you're living with someone. So for all forms of dementia, we need to slow down. We need to do one step at a time. We need to limit our words and deepen our voice. We need to breathe, us and them. You know, if you take 3 deep breaths, your blood pressure naturally decreases. Yes. And with emotional contagion, there's actually mirror neurons. If I do this, some of you are probably feeling to do that too. You're watching me, right? And we're doing that. So that can be a tremendous help. Plan for things taking more time. And familiarity and consistency creates less of a need for the brain to work. So the more that's routine, right? We all know that. The more that you have routine, the easier it is for the brain to work to do other things. And that's it for this morning. So we're going to ask, are you going to talk about questions? Okay. All righty. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you. I've heard many good things. I got some comments from folks out there in the cyberspace saying thank you. It's been wonderful. So now during the lunch break, those of you who came in from the outside, there are box lunches for you. They will be in the trio room, which is, I think most of you know where it is, right upstairs. Pardon me? Up, just in case upstairs and right up the stair, up at by the stairway. Wait a minute, I'm trying to think where I am. Past the elevator, right? Okay. Yes, good. That's a good marker. The grand piano. So that's where box lunches will be. Um, During this time, live streamers, if you have questions or comments you'd like to make, please email them to me. My email was listed, but it's B Linke, Linke, at ssndcp.org. So please email questions or comments to me. Those of you here in the room, if you would like to write out questions, we have papers up here that you can use to hand in a question. Or if you want to comment and ask questions as we meet at 1 o'clock, Dana will entertain questions from the group as well. But live streamers, we can't do it online, so you'll have to email any questions you have. And we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Don't go away. Don't go away. Shoot. I know. Okay. Don't scare you away. Danke schön. Ja, Bitteschön. You can't speak German, you're no. Norwegian and German. Ja. Jawohl. Jawohl. I guess my question is, and even listening to you talk today, I see myself really talk and say, and I retain so I'm not sure who to even talk with or figure out what's going on. I mean, I will talk to my doctor. Well, I haven't tried it. It's scary and I'm not drunk. I know too much. And it's like, going out nowhere I'm in the freeway and I'm like, whoa, stop. Get off the street. It's just like waking up. Oh, where the heck am I? What am I doing here? And it's like, yes and yes, but you would think, I know. Yeah, it's just kind of a scary time. Because when most people just look at you like you're fooling around, it's like, I know I'm not fine, that's the problem. She did that simple little test that they do, and oh, I'm fine, there's no issues, and I'm like, but that's not what I'm having trouble with. Mine has gone right through to the deep. Because I can't see some of things that I've done all my life, and now it's like, all of a sudden I don't know where I am. Right. I'm not, and literally, I'm shocked. So you're more, where am I going? I am. I mean, I'll pull over, I'll get off to, I'm not going. All right. Now I'm here. Did you say that you're, what do I have to do to get back where I'm supposed to get back to? I'll come back on the freeway. You know, and it's, I just don't believe it of myself, and it's not really happening, but it's happening, I know it is. So, oh, I don't do that, there's gonna be a lot of I know. Okay, okay. Just look at that here later. Okay, are you gonna be here after lunch? What time? Oh, yeah. Now you can okay, so I'm thinking of all the lovely things that your team does for me. Is she doing it for you? No, but this is so much. That's because
And you can ladder that up, you know, I mean. Yeah, but I just can't. Right, no, it just feels that way. Right, because he's not freaking out, you know. Well, yeah, because it's happening during retreat. I get together, small get together. Oh, oh, that's really good. So he's coming as part of Fiat or, oh, no. Yeah, or words cannot say. Yeah, and the timing of the retreat. And I have to tell you what was very interesting is I got my letter that I wrote. My first letter was about children, okay, and I think was cool. You know, a lot of musicians. My second one, and everything was focusing on accepting the reality of my remaining brothers, what is. And it just landed in such a good place. Yeah, there's something with this retreat. It's been so critically perfect as a gift. And I really hope, you know, that's why I'm finally down to the doctor. What was interesting is he saw me before, and I have told him maybe another summer, and he said, good, I'm fine, and you? I feel like yesterday, I saw his sister just so it's May 11th? Incredible. Very, very oh, yes, right. And part of it is oh, very so there's very, very good. So I really choices that they have. Because I'm just struggling. I think that's the hardest thing. Okay. Well, the other thing is I'm looking at it. Martha, it might not be a bad thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Why? You know, what do you do in your spare time? You wouldn't tell me. You know? Tired of these people. Oh, right. Yeah. You know, if I show up and I'm eating supper, I would love to. Maybe. dad or yeah, but that will just just in case anything goes yeah. And it's also hygiene.
Oh, that's right. That's the Louis body. Okay.
Fourth form is informed of prevention. They explain the difference between the Higgs body, Louis body, and vascular prevention.
Okay.
I don't think anybody wrote any questions.
There's quite a few that came back.
Yeah. Welcome back. I hope all of you had a chance to refresh yourself a little bit with a good lunch. we had a wonderful kind of livened discussion during the lunch break even. So thank you. I don't, did anybody hand in written questions? I didn't get any written questions, but I do have several online. And also any of you who have questions in the group, you can, I think we'll answer the ones online first, and then we can take other questions after that, if that's okay. I can take this.
Or comments, because I know some of you have things you want to share. So.
Okay, the first question that came through was, oops, I just lost it.
I think she wanted to know the top 4 types and then the difference between vascular and Lewy body.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So again, I guess it didn't work for everybody to be able to see it. So, so Alzheimer's, vascular, Lewy body, and frontotemporal. I think we're feeding off each other. Okay. I think it's because she's got the microphone there. Yeah. Got it? Just the toggle to the left now? This way? This. Alzheimer's is the most we believe now. Now they're saying it might even be 60 to 80%. It used to be 80 or more, and now because as we're able to see more and more and more what's going on, that there's that's what they're thinking. So those are the numbers. That's the last I've heard. And then vascular and Lewy body, and there's some put vascular that there's more vascular than Lewy body, and others say there's more Lewy body than vascular. So they're pretty darn close, and it's I think it's like 5 or 10%, 5 to 10% for each of them. So the question was, and then the frontotemporal, which is less, but it is higher than. So who knows? I mean, again, in 5 years, we may know very, very, very differently. I did have a couple of questions about diagnosing, and I don't know here if you have any sort of neurocognitive clinic research in the hospitals. I don't know. Does anybody know? You do. Okay. And so if there are, obviously, I had a couple sisters say to me, if I think that maybe I've got some changes, what do I do? Always talking to your doctor first is well, or some staff here or leadership or whatever, if you choose, but to the doctor and then studies. There is now one of the things they're having a lot of success in is blood work for Alzheimer's disease. And it's not for everybody, but they are able to it used to be just not very long ago that the only way to do it is at the end of life. And now they're getting much closer to.
Just a related question. If you are concerned you have Alzheimer's, do you go through blood work or testing of the entire body and all the systems, your thyroid, your blood work, your hemoglobin, your vitamin B12 level? I mean, is that all?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So do you just have some blood work or do you really look at the whole thing? And yes, it really should be a thorough evaluation. And that's why you need to talk to the doctor and have a thorough eval. So it can be things. I had a community call me and they said, we're really concerned. This was several years ago, but they're really concerned about one of the members. And they said, she's really forgetful. This is just not like her. And I said, well, she really needs a workup. You need to talk to the doctor. It turned out she had a brain tumor. So it really does need to be thoroughly investigated. Something as silly as a urinary tract infection can really, right? So we don't want to assume that without doing some good follow-up. So.
Is there a relationship between the chemicals that are in the atmosphere and Alzheimer's, or do they know what's causing Alzheimer's?
I don't.
Can you repeat?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I have a microphone.
Yeah. So is there a relationship between the chemicals and Alzheimer's, or do they know exactly? There's a ton of research right now on really looking at it. There is a genetic disposition. That doesn't mean that everybody that has a family member who had dementia, Alzheimer's, will get Alzheimer's. They really don't know yet. They don't know. There more and more and more research, but they don't know. So can the chemicals impact? Possibly. Is it Alzheimer's? I don't know that they're thinking that, but we don't know. But it could be other things that can happen with your brain. I mean, many things can happen with the brain that creates changes, because it's really, we call it neurocognitive. So there's stuff going on with within the brain. So it's not just Alzheimer's. Yeah, but but yes, the chemicals, it's got to be what, who knows what it's doing, but yes, chemicals in the air are not good.
rise
Yeah.
in cases.
Yes. Yes. Well, we're also many more of us, and we're all getting older.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I had a question. I know with Alzheimer's, there is one particular gene that seems to have a particular predisposition to developing Alzheimer's, but I don't know if I've read any, maybe you have, if there's any difference between like whether men or women are more likely to develop
Women,
one or the other.
there is a higher number of women. Women also do live longer. They don't know if there might be some hormonal. Again, they don't know. There is a gene, the APOE4 gene. So it can be, but that doesn't mean that if somebody has it, that they're going to get Alzheimer's disease either. They have had people who they've done autopsies at the end of their life, who looks like they should have been active Alzheimer's disease. There's plaques and tangles and all, and they never even showed it. So, there's still, I think in the next probably 10 or 15 years is going to be huge, what they're learning. I want to go back to the question that you had initiated with about vascular. Someone wanted to know the difference between a vascular and a Lewy body dementia. And vascular dementia is, this is the exciting one. This is the one that says, take care of your body. It's about cholesterol. It's about blood pressure. It's about exercise. It's about keeping your brain active. One of the things about keeping your brain active is, I know someone will say, well, I do Sudoku or I do whatever every night. You want to do things so that you're always learning. So it's good to do Sudoku. It's good to do Wordle. It's good to but do something else too. So if you do the same thing over and over and over again, your brain is not creating those neural connections, right? Because you want the nerves to continue to connect and grow and give you capacity. It's about capacity building. So the vascular dementia is about blood and how much blood to your brain and how it is all working, right? So the things that would prevent stroke, heart attack, all of those things. So exercise, diet, those are potentially preventable. And so how important that is, even though a lot of it's not very fun, those are important. So, but with a vascular dementia, what happens is it can be really unpredictable. So, and with the vascular things like with my dad, he would stand up several times. This happened. He got out of the car, stood up, and because he got up too fast, it's called postural hypotension. His blood, he was falling because of the lack of blood flow. So it's vascular related. So, but it can go. Then he's fine. So it's really unpredictable. So that's the one that often people are like, well, he's just being difficult. She's just being passive aggressive. There's not a problem here. The symptoms can be very different by person. They can have really good days. They can have really bad days. And their judgment and the behavior is not as before. So it's off. So it's one of those that's kind of tough. It's kind of muddy. And their emotions can go at energy level. They can be full of energy and then really tired. So that's the vascular. And vascular can often be combined with other types. They all can, but particular vascular. Lewy body, on the other hand, is also unpredictable. The symptoms are unpredictable. But that's, you often have problems with falls. In fact, it's an odd little thing that's been documented. It's not consistent always, but sometimes people even hold their hand kind of interesting. The fingers, it's like two fingers here, and it's just Not everybody has that, but it can be some odd movements and falls. And somebody with a Lewy body can fall multiple times. They just fall. And when they fall, they often just boom, they just fall. So they don't necessarily put their hands out. I mean, it's just a collapse. And that can happen multiple times. They're the ones with hallucinations. That is usually a Lewy body. It really the hallucinations, and again, it's often children and bugs and animals, and often they're not bothered by it. If they're not bothered by it, we need to not worry about it, right? It's only if they're frightened by it. They have sometimes the delusional thinking, and they think that dreams are real. Like I was saying with my brother, my father went and invited him to the party in the middle of the night. And then movement, blood sugar, sleep. Sleep is the other thing for Lewy body. So I hope that answers it to whoever was one of the sisters was asking about that, the one online. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, the next question also has to do with Lewy body. Are Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's dementia the same? Do they overlap? I think I heard a number of similar symptoms.
So you can have Parkinson's and not have Lewy body. You can have Lewy body and not have Parkinson's, but you can have Parkinsonian Lewy body. And so that's often what people see.
Is that what's called mixed dementia?
A mixed dementia is, so the question was mixed dementia. And so mixed dementia is the variety. So it could be Alzheimer's and vascular. It could be, so it's a combination. So not just, so Lewy body with Parkinson's is not considered a mixed dementia. That is different. But the vascular and the Alzheimer's or that would be a mixed, yes. Yeah, and there's probably things we don't even know about yet. They're really, really just learning. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, sure.
Dina, I have a comment on your whole presentation.
Yes.
I was in January designated that I had dementia.
Okay.
Since then, I have gotten better and better and better.
Good.
But all the while I'm listening to you talk, you were making us into the us's and the thems.
Okay.
I was one of the thems sitting here getting madder and madder.
Okay.
Because I'm not them. Just because the order made me go to the Sophia wing doesn't make me a them. So when you're doing your presentation, you need to be aware that in your audience are people anywhere on the dementia spectrum.
Yes.
There might be a person like me,
yes,
who was out of it totally for maybe 3 weeks, and who's totally back to being herself.
Yeah.
And she's getting mad because you're putting her into the dementia unit.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. How could I have done it differently?
Just if you had been aware when you're talking to us. In this audience, I'm sure there are people who are here or here or here on the dementia wing. But your whole talk was, there's us, we're the good ones, we're well, and there's those bad people, they're the dementias. Someplace in between, everybody else sitting in the audience has to be aware that they're somewhere on that line.
Sure. Well, thank you. And if I came across as good and bad, I sure as heck didn't mean it. So I am very sorry. It is difficult, and I think that it's hard to present and not be. I'm hoping I'm not coming across as judgmental. I'm sorry if I am. It can feel that way. Of course it does. Of course it. Well, and that's why I started with stigma. And so I am sorry that you're dealing with what you're dealing with, and I hope you can share what you've been going through with others, and that others are supportive of you, because it shouldn't be any different than diabetes, right? And so to be able to, so thank you for sharing that, and I appreciate that, and if I came across in any way offending anyone. I have nothing but love. But if I said it, I apologize. So
Well, and see, the thing is, it's not my brain, it's my, I was angry.
yes,
The emotions that were aroused by
yeah.
being labeled a person with dementia.
So yes,
But you can't control that.
I can't control that. You're right. You're right. And that's why we need to be able to talk about those feelings, right? Yeah. 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 We need to be kind to ourselves and each other. We do. We do. So thank you. Thank you.
To pick up on Karen's point, a word that you used was the Sophia wing. There is something about being put in a wing or a building that can either alert us to what we can do or contribute to stigma. So that separation physically can reinforce, and I don't know what to do about that, but being placed somewhere where people say, oh, they need something more, and it could be terrible. It's just a thought, and having places that are meant to help us not get worse.
Right.
The transition to that, when you're not anywhere where you see other people are, that is a thing we all have to deal with and figure out how we can help people not feel that they're in a place.
Yeah.
I lived with a sister for many years, and she eventually developed Lewy body. I did not know that. I didn't know the symptoms, but she did have hallucinations. A little dog would come in.
Mm-hmm.
However, there was a day when she went to the superior and said, you've got to help me. There are men in black in my room and they've got guns. So it went from a little dog, and I tried to figure out we had some terrible shooting events on television. You always watch the news. So there are so many things that could lead up to, but it's the spot, the location that is a concern as to how we can deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is a conundrum. That is difficult. I think there is some thinking that you shouldn't have memory care units or skilled care units. On the other hand, sometimes for people to have a specialty area, that can be helpful. So it's how you, yeah, it's a conundrum. But I think some of it also is, I don't know about you, but we are a bit of an ageist society. We don't want to think who's ready to go into the skilled unit. Right? The same thing happens there. The same thing happens there. It's the acceptance of our aging. It's the acceptance of we don't want that. And sometimes getting close to that or close to someone who's dealing with that makes us even more vulnerable, right? It's not easy. Yes.
There's a question that kind of fits to what you're talking about right now. This question is, what should we do when our sisters are diagnosing the memory care of others and saying they should go to memory care?
Yes. We do like to play God sometimes, don't we? I think, again, it's about how do we support this person? That's tough. It's like, why are you thinking that? And sometimes it really is, I can't deal with it. It's painful for me. And so please take that away. Not always. Sometimes it's I'm afraid for her and I know she's going to be safer there. So I think the importance of having conversation. I don't know if you have small group. Do you get together in small groups or bands or what? To have some of these conversations together, because it's really, we don't tend to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. We talk about justice and caring for everybody out there, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And the next The next question also kind of fits in with this. I'd be glad if Dana would please say more about taking care of ourselves, our grief, as we watch a dear friend, and somebody made a comment about this, a dear friend slowly slip away from us. Okay.
So, again, this slipping away, how do we support? I really do I think the more you can talk with each other, have open, honest, vulnerable. I find at times, being vulnerable is a little bit difficult. Um, and this is a time in life to be vulnerable and comfortable with it. It really is. And it's not easy. I know some communities that have group discussions, and they sometimes have facilitators that help with those discussions about grief and loss and this time in life. How do we support? I don't know what you do here, but to really be able to have those just really heartfelt conversations, because you need each other. You need each other. You are here for each other. And golly, it's tough, but if anybody can do it, you can do it. You can do it. You've got that spiritual, this is really a sacred time in life to say, who am I? What have I done? What do I want to do? What is my relationship with my God, right? It's so important. I think there was another question about when people with dementia, how do you provide some of the spiritual support?
Yeah, that was the next one was, could you speak briefly about how we adjust spiritual programs, prayer, retreats, spiritual talks to simplify for those with dementia?
Yes. So some of the basic principles that I shared, about one of the communities that I worked with, one of the women's communities that I worked with, they what they did was, and I think it may be different here, I don't know. Well, maybe for your skilled care. No, skilled care isn't here, right? Or is it?
Yeah.
It is here. If there is mass in a group, do they have mass separately?
Right here.
So everybody comes here. What if somebody, for whatever reason, can't come here because
It is live streamed.
it is live?
Mhm.
Is it ever done in a small group up on the skilled unit? Or not that I like that, because I think as much as possible that the sisters come together. But sometimes when there was a community that had sisters that really, it was just too difficult for them to go downstairs. And so rather than having people just watch it on TV, they had someone that came up and actually would sing would do, so that there was maybe if it wasn't here, but if it was somewhere else, it was small, there was engagement and you were doing it together. I think that there are ways to simplify. And sometimes it does need to be an offering that if you want to come to this or this, that it's simpler, that you can do that too. But as much as possible, I think there's huge benefit in a sister coming to Mass here. I think retreats are harder. But in person, as much as possible, is better. Sitting in front of a TV, while it's handy, it's different, isn't it? Yeah. So I think that there are ways to simplify it, and sometimes, because you all don't do retreat at the same place at the same time, right?
They do a common retreat here, but it's a choice.
Right.
Not everybody has to do
Right.
it.
And so it can be a choice for something that is smaller, usually less time, a smaller, more simple conversation, a reflection. So just, I don't know if that's answering the question, but yes.
In our way of life, our Constitution, you are sent, there's a line, we are educators in all we are and all we do. And so one of the areas that I consistently try to be aware of is whenever anybody says anything to me about dementia, about this care or that care, I try to affirm the positive value, and give correct information. For example, it is my understanding that here at Trinity Woods, we have 3 levels of assisted care. We do not have skilled care here. Now, somehow that is correct, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And that was said early on and repeatedly.
Thank you.
But it's somehow gotten to be something else. And so I will say that. And all of the sisters and other residents can participate in everything.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'll go to somebody in Sophia and say, oh, there's a concert tonight. Well, come on. There are a few people who have, what did you call it, diminished, or you had a funny word for it.
Neurocognitive decline?
No, it was a really funny word.
Oh.
Where people stop doing anything, they just shrivel up.
Oh, the dwindles.
Dwindles, that's it.
That's my word.
Some of our people have the dwindles, and they need encouragement, support. They need a companion, to take them to that concert. Yeah. It requires a caring time commitment of more of us.
Yeah. Yes.
To do that.
Thank you.
I have a longer answer to what I said to you before.
Yeah.
If you were doing your whole day over and you were conscious that sitting in this room there are people that are various places on the dementia spectrum, that would have made it very different for me to say, well, I know I'm not there, but I'm probably here. And if we were all, because then we're asking ourselves 2 questions. How am I to respond to the fact that you're calling me a Sophia person makes me angry? I have to pray through that. I have to deal with that. So if everybody in the audience was having to place themselves someplace on that spectrum, they would look at things differently. At least I would.
Wouldn't that be an interesting exercise, right? Here, stand in line in this. Yeah. I'm being playful with you.
We should be standing in line on that line. Because to say, well, I'm perfect over here, or I'm terrible over here.
Yeah, perfect and terrible are not the words, though, to me. Your heart is doing that. Yeah.
This is unrelated, but when I watch on the computer, I get a lot of pop-ups that say, "Don't eat these 3 foods; they're causing dementia." And I've never clicked on it because I don't want to know what those 3 foods are. Have you ever done any research on the food element?
Well, we know what foods are healthy and that stuff is dangerous, and I'm glad you're not clicking on it. And I think it's getting worse and worse and worse. So do not be clicking on those things.
Avocados and blueberries.
Avocados and blueberries, yes. Oh, okay, that's what it's saying? All right. Yeah, I'd worry more about fried chicken. Just saying. And the potato chips we just ate. Yeah.
Were you finished? Did you get your answer, Ellen Jean?
Yes. Good. They're trying to make money and get information. Yeah, I think.
This is off of these specifics, but I want to respond to something you said earlier about the whole person is still there.
Yes.
I have a classmate, Liana Mish, who transferred to the School Sisters of St. Francis at one time. I hadn't seen her in years. We then got together when she got back. We were doing things together, taking one of our sisters to lunch. And then she lived at Clement Manor. She became a patient, a resident at Our Lady of the Angels. I went to visit her. This is a long-term relationship. And she said to me, I'm so glad that you will remember who I was before I moved here. I can't get that out of my mind because that's who everybody is there. And that's what we should take with us. Now, your point was, how do we get to know who everybody was? But that's a challenge, but we at least have to see beyond this immediate physical presence and maybe explore with people. I remember when I don't know how we do that with people we never met, but I do know it was so significant to her in her transition that there was someone who knew her before.
And that's why I suggest you consider creating those books, do those questions. I will send you the list of questions. I mean, you probably, I'm just going to shut this. Oh, no, it's not. Because have those conversations now, have them now, where you can, and wherever you are on the spectrum right now, have them now, because that's so important. Yes, we all want to be known for who we are. We want to be respected and loved for who we are. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, just to piggyback on what you were saying, I remember. Well, first of all, it's kind of interesting. I'm having all these kind of, I guess, a little deja vu or whatever, but I worked with young children in Montessori for a number of years. And it's just fascinating to me that how that has transferred over into all, stages of life. I somewhat knew that, but it was interesting to really have that kind of, I guess, reinforced. And then the other thing is, I remember when I worked as a nursing assistant at a couple, before, well, I was in nursing school and so forth. And then I remember a few places where a binder, something like that, was there. And it was an eye-opener for me. I thought, this is really important to know who this person, and I don't want to say was, but who this person is in the totality.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question, and I've seen this mostly with people with Lewy bodies, dementia. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm finding is with the process of cognitive change, it's not linear and it's not consistent, but particularly in Lewy bodies, I've worked with people who have days where they are very much themselves and are also very aware of the cognitive declines. And part of it, in terms of my work as a psychologist, has also been to advocate for the mental health symptoms of depression, which still are important to take a look at approaches to treatment with that, so that, hey, you can be depressed and that can be treated and improve functioning. But also what I'm talking about with Lewy bodies is people who are really cognizant on their good days of how very deteriorating or of significant the demise can be. I know this was a factor in terms of Robin Williams' cognitive decline. And is that something you see in the other dementias? I'm most aware of it, like I said, with Lewy bodies, where people are very lucid and very much like they were at a different time in their life. And then having a day where they're just not there and anticipating that, each day I got to check in with what's there and what works. If you could elaborate on
that. Really, it's the human being and who they've been in their life, and then there's a disease process on top of it. So it's people are still whole people dealing with. So some people you can have people with dementia, with Alzheimer's, say, and have been depressed their whole life, they can change, but they can also continue to be depressed and struggling with it. So it's again, like you said, it's a whole person. So nobody is the exact same. Nobody is the exact same. So yes, you see that, and for others, no. I know one sister with it, and she's very clear that she has dementia. And yes, some days are hard. Some days are real hard for her, but other days she's like, you know what? This is what God gave me, a wonderful life, and here's where I am. So we're human. We're human. So yes, but I think having a disease where you're maybe you can and cannot process it, that makes it particularly challenging. So does that answer? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
In the dark, in the back.
In the dark, in the back.
Ooh. Whoa. I like that. My question has to do with the reality that our sisters suffer very much in their old age, very old age, which means they don't necessarily have many friends left, nor necessarily family. I was touched by the way you talked about your loving care of your parents.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always thought it was important that we do something about having a real advocate for our sisters. Each of us is watching over somebody. I think that's so important, and I wish we would start that.
Yeah, especially if you've had to move around. I think that can be tough. And I find that community members who have lived, say they're in Minnesota, have not lived here, move here, that's not their life, their connection. You may know somebody, but often you don't know that individual. So how important it is that they do have somebody that have those connections. Yeah. I remember I was working with a community years ago, and their sisters were from Canada, and they were being forced to all move back to Canada because they hadn't been on Social Security, and they had that was about 20 years ago, but they were speaking in French, and these were English-speaking Americans. So I could only imagine how hard that must have been for those women. Yeah. But even just in the next state over, or building over, right? Yeah, thank you for that. Yes.
This ties in with that, though I had something else first. I think that if we consider that we are a part of a community and the people we've lived with and know quite well continue to be part of that community. So that sister I was referring to who had Lewy body, I sensed that she needed some continuity. So I made it a point to visit her on a regular basis. Just because we're community and that connection should stay.
Yeah.
But my other thought is that I have taught classes in anthropology for quite a while. What I wanted the students to do when they came across something unusual, something that was frightening, something that was crazy to them, I said, very often we say, why are they doing that? That's not a question. That's an accusation or a declarative of something. Change that to, why are they doing that? It works with different cultures, but I think it works here too.
Yes.
If we change the very statement into a question, and as you said, curiosity, terrific value, curiosity. If we change that into the question, why are they doing that? And then take time to research that, to investigate that.
Yes. Thank you. I love the word wonder too. I think wondering about something is, yeah. Thank you.
When I was asked to go to Sofia, and I believe I'm one of the younger sisters here, I fought it. I went to Judy and I said, I'm not going there. And thanks to Judy, I went to Maria 1 and I'm very happy there. The sisters are very good on Maria 1.
Go Maria 1.
What are those 3 levels? If it's not what are the 3 levels of care we have here? I'm sure I knew it at one time, but I'm not.
What are the 3 levels of?
You can do it.
Well, I know the names. They're not called skilled care. That's what I want to know.
They're not called skilled care. They're not licensed for skilled care, although it's designed for skilled care. If for
Yes.
some time in the future you need to sell it, is that?
Sophia, we have our sisters on Sophia who need more care, like because there's 24/7 nursing care over there. So these are the people that might need help with their medications, toileting, bathing, just standby assist.
Sure.
It's not a memory care place. Our memory care place is at Our Lady of the Angels. So it's not the memory care. And then we have assistant living, which we call Maria 1 and Maria 2, where Maria 2 are the sisters up there that might need, some help with eye drops, that kind of thing. But they need to be able to do steps on their own, and, do most of their self-care. Whereas Maria 1, again, they get a little help.
Yeah. Why is it it's so hard? Why is that? If you were to have to move today, why is that so hard, do you think? Independence. Oh, does that mean that they can no longer be independent? Oh, in our minds. Yeah. Yeah. That we don't want to lose our independence. So why do we blame leadership for that?
What did you say? What did you say?
Why do we blame leadership for that?
No. Oh, why do we?
Yeah.
No. I think it's a whole process, and maybe you can comment on this, a whole process of continually to letting go in our lives so that when we come to an age or a place in our lives where we need to let go of more intimate memory, or that I have control over my memory, or that I have control over going to the bathroom, or whatever it is, that we are then more predisposed. Now, I'm saying this idealistically, so that when I get to that point, I'm probably going to be, whatever. So, but I just think it's the ideal is that we would gradually let go so that when it comes to that, we can also let go of somebody taking care of us and regard it not as a humiliation and not as a being put down, but as this is a service I need now.
Yes. Yeah.
I just think that we view ourselves as less than. And I think that's a big part of what happens when we, go in a diminishing kind of way. And I'm not less than. I am who I'm supposed to be at this time in my life.
I think everyone here knows me. I'm Liz Keller. I'm the wellness nurse for some of our sisters that are here. And, I care so deeply for all the sisters. And everybody's on their own individual journey, right? But I have to have a lot of these difficult conversations with the sisters, along with leadership, and it's not easy. But I just have heard so many wonderful things here today, and I just think that living in service to others and with gratitude, and maybe just like you said, checking in with yourself, where you're at on the journey, being open to having dialogue and conversation, and also, as hard as it is, not feeling like you're being singled out or attacked. I'm not saying any of that's easy at all. I'm just saying we're very blessed to have what we have here. And we're all on individual journey. And again, this isn't a question, it's just comments. But we have, I think all of us as a community, I'm not a sister, I'm an associate, but we all have everybody's best interests at heart, even though that's not always easy to understand. So
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you blessed to have people like her working with you? Oh, yes, and you're blessed too. I understand. Yes. I got to meet them yesterday. They are pretty awesome. Oh, no, I shouldn't say pretty. Very awesome.
Okay. So maybe I can say, all of those who are community leaders, why don't you stand, please?
Yes.
From wherever, come on, please, all of you. We can give them all a round of applause. And wellness. There you go. Absolutely. So, thank you, Suzanne. First of all, huge thank you, Dana, for all that you have shared with us today. It's been phenomenal. But I just want to say something. Maybe I can be a little bit of our collective memory of when we began Our Lady of the Angels. And if you all recall from this part of the province, it wasn't easy for us to decide to have Our Lady of the Angels. I mean, that was a discussion that happened over a long period of time because we didn't want our sisters to move away to another location. And that was a different building, as you said. And I appreciate your words, describing what that's like there. And is it easy to separate ourselves? No. But now, as we are in this larger province too, and we're trying to get to know each other across many, many miles, even oceans, we're finding ways to be connected. So I just bring that out. But I also want to say something about the fact that we are all in transition at this point. Last weekend, we had a provincial assembly, and in that assembly, if any of you were able to watch or be there, we talked a lot about grieving. We talked a lot about the letting go that we are all experiencing. It's the letting go individually. All of us are aging, even me, by the way, as part of the province. We're all aging. We're all facing different challenges. I'm listening very carefully because I know there's a lot of things I can change in my own life to be healthier, and but it's also the acceptance of who I am, and I think some of you have said that beautifully, who we are today, and it's not, we let go of ministries, we let go of our buildings, our sacred places. We're going through this, and of course we let go of our beloved sisters and family members and friends. So this has been an ongoing thing. So of course we feel it, in ourselves. But I think we just need, I hope to God that we can just be compassionate, loving, and accepting of ourselves and each other in this process. And we need to help each other. And we have, the staff is tremendous, and they care so much, and we are truly blessed, I'm telling you. So I just wanted to say that, and there's no judgment, there's no the labeling, I did not hear that, and I want you to say that too, but I understand. We all come from where we are. But please, just to give each other that grace, the grace. And I remember, wasn't that book about the Nun City Aging with Grace? Aging with Grace, and that just came back to me as you were talking. So, but anyway, huge thank you, and we are on this journey together, all of us.
Yes. Yes.
I just want to say I was privileged to live with other community sisters because of my ministry through the years. And then somehow the Holy Spirit elected me to leadership for 6 years when we were individual provinces. So I can identify with what Deb just shared.
it was quote unquote hell to convince our province that we needed a place away from Notre Dame of Elm Grove to take care of our sisters. And I'll never forget, because we had to find 24 sisters willing to go to Our Lady of the Angels to be the first community. I was liaison for one of our retirement homes up in Mount Calvary. And I remember sitting with a sister who very strongly would have never admitted that she needed a place like that. And I thought, dear God, give me the words. And all I could think of was our mother Caroline coming from Germany over to North America and starting the School Sisters Notre Dame for us. So I said, sister, we need 24 people who are willing to be pioneers. Are you willing to be a pioneer? And she went, she told her family she was a pioneer and everything else. And I thank God, because that's the grace. Now, having worked with another group of sisters, Racine Dominicans, when I started with them, there were 122 sisters. They're down to 60 sisters.
Yeah.
And they don't have anything for their sisters who have memory problems. And it hurt, because I thought, we are so blessed. And I am so blessed. And I was, quote unquote, forced to retire because of COVID. And I didn't want to give up that job. I wanted to work till I was 80. I mean, you know, but 78. But knowing I could come here on a waiting list, and finally a room opened, and the help that I'm getting. And listen, I have a special relationship, because shortly after I'm here, I'm on oxygen 24/7. She comes in, she says, you know, maybe you should think about moving over to assisted living. And I said, no, I'm going to stay here until I'm 90, God willing. I said, there's a lady down the corridor. She uses the oxygen 24/7. So, you know, I said, I'm going to be off of this within a year. Well, God willing, with the grace of God, I'm not using oxygen right now, and hopefully never will. Well, if I do, I'll, you know, I still have some in the apartment I could use at the last minute, because we learned from Medicare, Medicaid, if you get something, don't give it up. But I just want to say, I am so proud to be a school sister of Notre Dame, and the forward thinking of our leadership. And it's not easy to be in leadership at any time in our history, and probably even harder right now. And so I just say thank you to anyone who's in leadership. And thank you, my sisters. And you know, we talk about getting to know people. I'm from Michigan. That's across the lake. People don't even know. We were a region of assembly. But the other day, I sat purposely on the other side of the dining room. And the four sisters, we started telling stories. And I didn't get to hear Judith's story because we ran out of time, because the other sisters had to go. But it was wonderful. I learned about where they lived. I learned about one sister wanted to be a house sister. I would have never thought that. She was in leadership when I was in leadership, you know? And so it's taking that time to get to know one another, because we do love one another. We've all entered to do that, and that's what it's all about, is love. And thanks for listening to my rambling.
Thank you. Thank you. Can she have one more? What do you all think?
This is a final, this is a really
This is a final?
This is a
Okay.
really good ending.
A good ending.
1 minute.
The sister I was talking about, who had Lewy body dementia, when she went, it was a very difficult thing. Over time, I'd visit her and she would say, I hope you can come here someday. It's such a wonderful place for you to retire. So I keep saying that to myself. I have to think about hoping to come there someday.
Thank you. How about if we end with the prayer that we began with and do this together? Thank you. Take just a moment to settle back in and be grateful for all of this. Thank you for this conversation. Thanks for inviting me, and thank you for this conversation. You're a very a special group of women, and I'm so blessed to have been able to share today with you. So, nice deep breath. And together, loving Creator. In moments when the mind feels clouded and memories seem far away, wrap us in your gentle peace. Bring comfort to the heart when names, faces, or moments slip away, and let love remain as the thread that never breaks. Grant patience to those who care, understanding to those who listen, and courage to the one walking this uncertain path. May each day hold small joys, and may your presence be the anchor when the mind feels adrift. We trust that even when memories fade, your love remains clear and unchanging. Amen. Thank you so much for being here. And if you ever want to reach me, they know how to reach me. So do not hesitate. I am on email. I have a phone number, and you can call me because now we're family.
And let me express my gratitude also for being here with us, Dana, for being so gracious and so just becoming part of us so quickly. I think everybody feels like we've known you for a long time. So thank you so much. I have a little bit of something for you to take with you, a little memories of being here at Trinity Woods. So thank you. Oh, wonderful.
Thank you, everyone, so much.
So,
I really mean it. I want to hear from you.
so amen. Thank you. I don't think she took one drink. No. She did a lot of talking. I think she might have been.
Okay, I need to pull out mine. That one's mine and that's mine. That's.
Can I just pull them?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think in the past you had to push some buttons, but now you can just pull these
pull.
out, I think.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
For sure.